Hey, welcome everybody. It's Unstoppable Stletzy here, and we got ourselves another casting stream today of both Wars of Liberty and Definitive Edition 3. So, we got a long show today, we got a lot to cover. We got a lot of recordings. We got team games and we got 1v1s for both titles, so should be very interesting. After that, if we have any extra time, we'll just play Wars of Liberty or Definitive Edition 3, depending on availability of either. And then obviously around 11 or so, usually put my Star Wars stuff on right for you. Just do a bunch of heroes versus villains stuff to change it up a bit. That should be about it, really. Looking forward to today, Kind of miscasting already. I mean, I do it so often, but I just love doing it. That's why I'm so happy that we're already getting recordings for my tournament, my Liga tournament for Wars of Liberty. We already got 2 series submitted. The Sagawai versus Zelda Verde one, and the Roloki's the Avalon versus Nicolas one. So we got 2 series already submitted. We need 6 more, then we'll have them all done. If we get them all done before the weekend, I'll probably use either Saturday or Sunday to get that done for you. We can cast it together as a family, or Wolero group or whatever. Will be really fun and entertaining, so hopefully you'll be around for that. It's going to be some good stuff. Very good stuff. Yeah, I decided not to do HVV Chaos last night, just so I could give my hardware a bit of time to rest, honestly. Because, I don't know, the last time I did a big Unity title, engine title, my PC was making like weird sounds if I did it too long and go, wee, like that. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to let the thing rest a little bit, I'm not going to push it too much. And sure enough, the thing made a lot better, sounds this time, so it paid off. Plus, after dealing with 12 hours of Super Monkey Ball, I think I've already learned a little too much about insanity to do that. Yeah. What was I thinking? 12 hours of Super Monkey Ball. It was fun, but nobody cared. That's the best part. Yeah, no, like, how many views did we get on that when the thing was done? Like, 39 views, even less than that? I was like, whoa. All that work, nobody even watched. I swear there were times in that when nobody was even watching. I'm like, really? Really? Yeah. Well, I kind of get it because I don't necessarily know the demographics of all the people on my channel. I don't know where they grew up and stuff. I know for me, when I was young, Super Monkey Ball was like famous. Everybody did it, It was one of those wonderful titles that everybody played at some point on their GameCube or their PlayStation. Or was it on the Xbox too, right? Yeah. It is a good title, And I had my choice words for them, basically, the product. In some ways, I thought it was great, and they improved some of the stuff. They definitely made it easier for younger crowds, I think, in some areas. But at the same time, I felt like the controls were a little... And that might just be me being very rusty from not doing it for years. Like, literally before... I think the last time I did Super Monkey Ball seriously might have been before... the first Trump presidency term, which is a long time ago. Yeah, back in 2016 or even before that. So yeah, it's possible I have even played Super Monkey Ball for a decade. Maybe even longer than, I started Wars of Liberty, actually. So yeah, that could be just be old Russ coming back. But as you could tell, I did the Super Monkey Ball 2 stuff pretty fine, actually. And for the most part, I was able to get stuff done. Yeah. The interesting thing is I think they kind of cleaned up some of the clutter, I think, in some of the areas. Particularly, I think, with Anthropod. The one at the big, you get swallowed by the whale or whatever. I think they improved that, actually. Because I remember in the original GameCube copy, it was like virtually impossible to do it the normal way. You actually had to fall through the ring at the end there and hopefully land into the goal. It was like really messed up and stuff. But here it felt like they made it a bit more kosher, and you could actually play it normally and actually go through the goal as you're intended to. Obviously avoiding the stomping feet and stuff. So I think for Anthropod they actually improved the design to make it a bit more viable to a young audience. Whereas Seesaws, of course, what did they do with Seesaws? Did you see that? How I was like literally just rolling through the seesaws every time trying to get around the little can things and cylinders and stuff. It was like, what is this? Yeah. It was fun though. I mean, when I cast Aoe 3 and stuff, I rarely get to engage in nostalgic little projects like that. So for me, it was pretty fun. That's kind of what matters. Well, not really, because you gotta have to make sure you maintain views and viewer hours as well. But yeah, I figured, I could sneak a little project in like that and not upset too much of the balance. And sure enough, it did upset the balance, but not too much. Because today we're back to the good old stuff that everybody comes for. Good old casting Definitive Edition 3 and Wars of Liberty. And tomorrow, we will be doing Age of Mythology Retold because of the release of the new DLC, the Blood and Bones pack. There's no new civs, no new crazy stuff, just new graphic stuff, graphic enhancements to the, the Blood and Bones stuff. Basically making Retold feel a bit more like the original Age of Mythology game with more of the wonderful red stuff to look at. So that'll be fun. Yeah. I think Rex wants me to play his map again, too. Kurakura for the 4th or 50th time. I'm like, dude, you keep sending me that map, man. People gonna get tired of that thing real quick. But hey, I like it. I think it's pretty fun. No, I like it. I like Kurakura. I like the level of attention to detail I put into it, honestly. And we did beat it once, right? We actually did, completely beat it. And actually got, Shinaka to beat the Emperor or whatever in Kyoto. Yeah, no, we did get that done, so that was pretty awesome. So yeah, I'm just sharing the stream with some Discord servers right now, and I should be done. It's not a lot of them. I'm mostly done with it. Just have to do a little bit of it, and then we should be all set to go, man. Yep, totally. Yeah, I've been working pretty quickly on it. I want to get it done before 6. That's usually my goal. I try to give myself 10 minutes to get it done. And if I take any longer than that, then I'm probably snoozing. Or losing. Snoozing and losing, actually. What's my because it hit the side of the wire there. Alright, that's good. A little bit more and we should be ready to go. Yep, I figured I'd talk about my Super Monkey Ball experience last night. Because it was pretty epic, honestly. And it looks like Sakurai is still playing the Star Wars Battlefront 2 campaign. That's cool. Oh yeah, no. I have to check that out to see how he's doing at that, because he's eventually going to join us for Heroes vs. Villains Chaos. Did I tell you that? Yeah, I think I have told you that. He's eventually going to join us for that. I want to see how he's going to do in that when the time comes, because he's going to be playing our blasters or our sabers, and I'd just be curious to see what sort of tactics he comes up with. Yeah, totally. Big time. 100%, man. Alright, well, one more server, HOTP, and then we're ready to go. Yeah, Sag was asking if am I casting the tournament stuff already, and I said, no, I'm not. Oh my god, look at this. We got, how many new Wars of Liberty recordings were just submitted? 9 of them, 9. So we got the ones from before, and we got 9 new ones, too. I think in total, we have 15 Wars of Liberty recordings tonight. So tonight's gonna be very Wars of Liberty heavy. We got 3 working ones here for Definitive Edition 3, and we got one that might work. It's a deathmatch 2 versus 2 that I didn't get to test yet. We'll knock on wood. Hopefully, we'll get 4 D3 games. That would be great. And then just Wars of Liberty casting the rest of the night if we're lucky. No, I think we will be doing casting Wars of Liberty the rest of the night unless I get tired or something. And I start falling asleep and want to eat roast beef and cheese. That's about it. Yeah, basically. Alright, I'm just going to ping them and say, hey, we're on the road, man. If you want to join us, come in. Let's see what we got. This was such a smart idea of mine. Combine both my Wars Liberty and D3 casting together, so that we can just hold more streams together when we don't have enough recordings in one specific title to hold a live stream for. We can just combine them together like, ketchup and mustard instead of just one of those to make a more complete hot dog or hamburger. Yeah, it's pretty helpful. Most definitely. So yeah, this will be pretty fun. Hopefully you all do check out my Super Monkey Ball thing, by the way, because I did put a lot of work into that, and if y'all would like to watch it, I would mostly appreciate it, because it was pretty awesome. Yeah. Trying to remember which one worked. Was it this one or the one after? I think it was this one. What's my memories playing tricks on me? Yeah. No, it was this one, right? Yeah, okay. I think it was this one. Okay. So let's start with this one now. We got a double Ottoman team going up against HVNI and Tom Nunes, right? Mexico and France versus two Ottomans. That's pretty tough. That's pretty heavy, man. Two Ottomans, really? That sounds kind of dangerous, Because you know what the Ottomans are capable of, right? Some pretty nasty fast fortresses, nasty fast industrials. Even their standard gameplay can be very intense because of the whole Janissary and Abyss composition. You combine two of them together, it's like two evil twins, basically. Keep wreaking havoc on you, So yeah, this should be a real tough one. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So let's see how this one turns out. I love this map too. I've had a lot of good memories on this map, and I've had a lot of bad memories on this map. Mainly the bad memories are when the team doesn't know how to break through the enemy side of the map here, and that turns into a nightmare fuel situation. Yeah, tell me about. I haven't had a lot of problems on getting raided on water on this map before, so it should be an interesting watch. Maybe we'll see some naval combat, who knows what way the ship blows. So yeah, here we are. Let's see what Mexico's planning. That's probably going to be... I want to see what the Ottoman players are doing, and I want to see what the Mexico's doing. Those are the two civs I always wonder about whenever I see them in a match, because both Mexico and Ottomans have varying branches of different strategies that they can operate on. I mean, France technically can be flexible too, but I think France is a little bit more predictable usually. Because regardless of what units they usually choose, they're usually going to either go H2 into H3, or they're just going to go straight into H3 typically. Unless they do something crazy with the natives, like Ancien Regime. So, yeah, so it looks like here, X1222. Honestly, it could be anything. It could be a revolt. It could be just regular gameplay. Really depends, because we do see the independence movements here. Whenever you see this, revolt's totally possible, but at the same time, we see a developed fortress age, which tells us he could potentially go into fortress age too. So, yeah, you always try to look at the deck of Mexico. If it looks like this is completely empty and everything's down here, it's going to be by California or Central America. If it's populated, now you got me scratching my head trying to figure out what your plan is exactly. As for the Ottoman players, let's see what Cigar's got. Jan Rush. So, more aggressive. At least on paper, right? He does have Royal Decree and Palace Intrigue. So, yep, Palace Intrigue, the Royal Decree, and Mosque Construction. So, this simply just cheapens these techs up so you can afford them a lot quicker. But he does have enough crates to perform a double barracks Janissary rush too. So, I predict double barracks Janissaries possibly into eventually getting into H3 and running these Royal Decrees, right? Especially since he started out with 3 Uruks, right? Whenever we see more fast fortress and oriented stuff, they're usually going to start with the capitalism coin trickle first. If you start with Vils, usually that's a telltale sign that you're going to be playing more early. Let's see what the other one's doing though. Nas. Land 1. So he too shipped the 3 Uruks. And he too has both Mosque Construction and Palace Intrigue. So he does have the Royal Decree option. He's got all of this stuff. But again, he too could play double barracks Janissary or Jan Abbas or something like that. So right now, it looks like these two Ottomans are going to be playing a bit into H2. They're probably going to be a bit more aggressive. They're going to be a little less greedy, trying to go for the big stuff right away. They might just try to either go with like a huge Janissary spam, or maybe have one do some delis or abbots or something, and go from there. So we'll have to watch that very carefully. As for this side, Tom Nunes is aging up with Durango, right? I usually go with Texacoa myself, so I'll be curious to see what he plans on getting out of Durango there. And let's see what HVNI is doing too, because that's a big factor. So he's got 2V Musk Huss. So from the looks of it, let's see what his base looks like. Okay, so he's going barracks, so he's going actual musket. Okay, because whenever I hear Musk Huss, I don't know if you mean like real muskets or you're talking about Ancien Regime Royal Musketeers, because he does have that card here, the one that gives you access to the Bourbon natives, and then you can make the Royal Muskets. Basically muskets, but they get a cool charge attack with the pistol where they do like almost an Imperial Russian Musketeers level of damage, and then yeah, it's pretty nice. But yeah, it looks like he'll open up Musketeers then. The Mexico has his saloon over here. Riscantina has his hacienda, has his mercado. He's gonna pick up his placer mines right now, it looks like. Get his coin rate up a bit. Let's see what else he's got. So he has sent independence movements, and he sent Palace of Intabide. So that's telling me we're gonna get a revolt out of this Tom Nunes here. This is revolt material. Why else would you get this if you're not gonna revolt? And plus then this too, because this card here directly links to this one. Basically, you get the revolt, and this card will reinforce it by actually making your town center more indestructible so that you can keep the revolt going for longer without losing your infrastructure. It's like really strategic. So yeah, it would be really interesting to say the least. Yeah, I think he's he's going for Central America. Alright, Central America revolt. That offers you some interesting options. See, unlike most revolts, the Central America revolt actually is more economical for the Mexico player, because it gives you about 8 settlers, right, upon the revolt, and also all your other settlers don't turn into revolutionaries. So it's one of the only revolts where your commie doesn't die there, right? You keep your eco and you actually grow it a little bit with all those extra vills. He's gonna, what's he going for? 700 wood. Alright. Let's see what he's got planned, you know? Really depends at the end of the day, man. Yep. Because one thing we see a lot in 1v1 is that Mexico will typically go for Santa Maria's Fire, and then they'll just keep spamming the Infinite Falconet card. But I don't know in this case what Tom Nunes is actually going to do with Central America. Because you could play totally passive as Central America too and just go into Industrial Age and go for like the Texas Revolt. I've seen somebody do that before. It really depends, right? But wait a second though. Looks like we are getting that Janissary spam. Looks like both Ottomans, both the Cigar and Nas are just spamming Janissaries, but one of them has also shipped in the delis too. So it won't be enough just to make a couple skirms, right? Because they'll just charge you down with the delis then, right? They'll require a bit of micro, a bit of protection. So let's see how these guys do over here. You got like a double Janissary spam. This is kind of intimidating, you know? Because as much muskets as HVNI has, these Janissaries are pretty durable. They got like 215 HP. They're very tanky. So they can survive these muskets pretty well. And since they're in such a large volume of units, they got the numbers advantage too right now, because Tom Nunes is still establishing his revolt and probably figuring out what he's going to do, right? So you got 2 Omnin barracks here, you got 2 of the other one right there. So it's a 4 barracks Janissary rush. That's pretty scary for any player in a team game. It's like one of the most intimidating things you could deal with, especially if neither of you are in the Fortress Age yet, right? Yep. And that's why you see HVNI doing a couple of crossbowmen here too, trying to get that sort of anti-heavy infantry multiplier action going here to try to slow it down a bit. But he can also use his Courier de Bois, his CBDs, to fight these too, because Courier de Bois, CBDs, are one of the few villagers in the game that are actually competent as military units, you know? They have 40% pierce armor, their range attack's pretty good, it's 16 range, so it's about the same as a crossbowman, so they can maintain some range over these Janissaries. in this situation where you're stuck on your own, you kind of have to use every resource available. And it looks like so far it's worked out pretty good, right? Because now enough of these Janissaries were killed off. Nasa's the only one with surviving Janissaries. He's retreating back to his army over there. And Cigar is looking to bring his own Janissaries back in as well. So let's check back in with Mexico to see what his plan is exactly here. Because if it keeps just being Aoe3 versus two Ottomans, I think you're going to have a big problem. This Central America revolt has to figure out real quick how they're going to help out. So he has trained a couple of Saltatieradores. That's exactly what you want, a couple of skirms. That should help out immensely. But my question is, what does he do with this revolt explicitly? So he has sent town militia. This will up the attack on his TC, allow him to call an even bigger batch of Minutemen as well. In a pinch, that could be very helpful. So let's see if that ends up helping him out very much over here. Because if these guys push in too deep and get towards this area, you could totally send a huge batch of Minutemen now, and that'd be a great help for you. But at the same time, look at Aoe3's army melting away over here too. How's Aoe3's resources doing, by the way? Alright, so he's kind of teetering a bit, you know. He's making some crossbows. He's trying to get Ancien regime in. At this point, he's going to need some more strong troops. The charged pistol attacks on those Royal Musketeers is going to make a huge difference in these Janissary fights. Because pretty much, if you can get like 5 of those Royal Musketeers there with their pistol attacks, that should be enough to down a Janissary on their own. You know, and then they'll just engage like normal muskets until the cooldown, and then they can do it again and again and again. His crossbows are dead. There's like no military here from Aoe3. Tom Nunes is calling in the Falconets right now, shipping them in. Since he is the Central America revolt, he can keep shipping this again and again and again, as many times as he needs. He just needs to have the coin to be able to afford it. Because this revolt has it costing a bit of coin, right? This one costs a bit of wood, this one costs a bit of coin. I believe it only costs about 100 coin, right? So it's not super expensive, but you do need to make sure you have a bit of coin available, which you can technically maintain through the Hacienda if you have to, so it's not the worst. Yeah, look at this Janissary massing, though. I'd like to see how many they got. So, Cigar has 27, 27. And the other one, Nas, has about same amount. And then you got 10 more coming in from right here. See, when you don't have any protection, the Falconet does not do very much, you know? Yes, he does have a couple of skirms, but that's not a lot of protection, you know? Because at this point, look at what these two are able to do with their Janissary mass. They were able to exert all this force in intimidating army here and just stomping on top of you. This is very bad for you right now if you're the French and Mexico team. Because it doesn't matter how many Falconets he's going to send, they're going to meet their end very quickly to these Janissaries. Unless he can keep them around long enough to get enough volleys in. So far he's got about 2 shots in. Get a 3rd one in. Can he get a 4th in? I think he can get a 4th in. Oh, you got that was a good one too. He took out 2 of them. That's what he needs. He needs to keep getting good Falconet shots and eventually stop this meteorite that's crashing towards his Earth. That's about it. These guys are picking up hunting dogs now too, because as you can tell, they're going for a full Janissary push, so look at all the food they're eating up. They're quickly going to have to pick up their market techs for hunting right away, lest they want to starve. Cigar does have plenty of food though, so he's not struggling in that area, but it looks like Nas does need to get his hunting dogs now, and probably his steel traps if he hopes to keep that spam going. It's going to be a little bit tough chopping for some of that wood for the steel traps. At least he's got the hunting dogs already locked and loaded for himself. Yeah. We see Aoe3 resuming muskets. Really trying anything and everything here. Doesn't have a lot of gold to work with for the Royal Muskets. He's got the embassy there, but he can't do anything with it. So he's forced to just make the El Cheapo muskets then to try to hold this back. Saltatieradores and Falconet rolling up from here. I like how they're diverted fighting these muskets here, and the Falconet's going to get extra shots. Every shot of this Falconet counts, right? Every shot you get counts. Every shot you get keeps you alive longer, and hopefully burns out these dudes over here to the point that they run out of hunts. That's the only way I think you see them maybe turn this around, is that they spam so many jans and burn through all that food that they start running out of hunts, and then they're frantically looking for berries, looking to fish, trying to do mill economy, and then the momentum shifts a bit, especially if Tom can keep enough falconets alive, because then they won't have enough food for Cav, and then one thing spirals after another, you know? It's like a football spiral, yeah. Looks like the falconet is still alive, and it's getting a lot of value now, too. That's what I think the big thing is. At the moment, it looks like their offense is sort of slugged down a bit. He gives it... Oh, he tried to get with the Explorer. Did you see that? He tried to dig some melee into it. And I think at this point, they have to retreat. Yeah, he's got enough skirms. He's got a falconet out there. Tom's going to probably ship in another falconet. Yes, he is. And then he's going to make more Saltadoradores. So... Oh, yes. So, Cigar is in Fortress Age, correctly pointed out by Aoe3 and I. So, Safahi's shipment is a real risk right now. Big time. Looks like right now, though, he's just getting vet for an upgrade on the Jannies. But, yeah, no. Well, he doesn't have a lot of food for the Safais yet. He needs like 900 more food. He could ship the falconets. He could get the Abyss guns. These would be very dangerous. We push. Yep, you have to push now. Timing attack is critical here. You got yourself a little window of time before the Cigar fella gets his shipment available to start popping out, you know, falconet, 2 falconets, or like 6 Abyss guns. So you gotta really, really make sure you get that done, right? Totally get that done. So yeah, pretty much. Okay, so it looks like right now, pretty much here, we got 2 falconets rolling up from Tom Nunez, but remember, this Cigar fella could bring in his own falconets too. The good thing for these guys is that he's a bit far off from getting his shipment right now, so that's not like an immediate concern. They got a bit of time to work with here to try to blast through this Janissary advantage and maybe, just maybe get this tower out, because if he gets it out of this outpost here and like drops it right on those falconets and kills them off, gets away with it, I feel like they have a huge advantage, you know? Alright, so they're pulling back. At this point, if you're almonds, just retreat. Just pull back, keep your Jan numbers alive, come in with the big boy shipment, and punish. Because they're mainly going to need like 2 falconet or Safahi or something. We need more anti-inf. Yes, you do. Because if you don't get enough, they're just going to use an overwhelming mass of Janissaries to guard their falconets, and then you're never going to reach them. So you do indeed need to do something of that nature to protect it now. If you don't, things can get very tough very quickly, and you can run into a lot of problems. So let's see what happens here. Right now, it looks like falconets blasting into the barracks there. Very nice. Falconets blasting into that barracks, so gradually they're grinding through the buildings. Very nice. Love to see that. Yep, look at that. Barracks going down. Very good. Perfect. Beautiful. Look at that siege. Very, very nice. Falconet's going to have to roll up a little bit more, right? Oh man, look at that. Wow. Crazy. Ooh. Not good. Falconet's blasting up from the top there. Very nice. Oh god, man. Crazy. Interesting. Now they're making some progress, I see. They're making some real progress here. You see that? No, they're blasting through them now. It's getting a lot better for them at this point, yeah. Doing quite good, actually. So they're doing pretty solid right now, NGO. They should keep pushing that advantage. Can you make Dragoon? Or Age to Industrial? Yeah, that would be a strong move too. Yeah, that way got enough for Age. So return to Mexico, pick up some of those Industrial Age shipments, including the factories and stuff. Could be a strong move. Start adding some heavy cans in. But I doubt they have anything for heavy cans right now. We might get trapped. And that's why I suggested, hey, try to get to Industrial Aid, so that way we have something to fall back on in case, you know, these dudes sort of, like, flank them and do all maneuvers. Because look what, he's doing. He's getting cav archers. So he's preparing a contingent of cav archers to try to blast these falconets. If he can get enough of them, he could potentially pull it off. He'll need a pretty solid number of them, though. He won't be able to just get a few. He'll need, like, a lot of these, though. So it could be a very complicated situation, to say the least. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Oh man, look at all that stuff there. Wow, crazy. Ugh. Unbelievable. Insane. Safahi shipment. If he hasn't actually sent. He's got the food for it, but he doesn't have the XP for it, unfortunately. Yeah. I see he's trying to get wood for the royal decree, though. Yeah, he's trying to get something of that nature. Let's see if I don't know. Yep, I think they did it. Look at the mass. Look at the mass between the HVNI muskets and the Mexico Saltillo and Falconet grouping there. That's gonna be a winner chicken dinner. I don't see. I mean, if the other Robin wasn't in Fortress Age and doing shipments and stuff, I think the story would be much different. But because NASA's economy was always behind that of Cigar, as you saw before, he literally had to get hunting dogs just to keep up with food. That basically gave these guys enough wiggle room to win this. Because you had one mob in behind and you only had one that was really branching ahead. So yeah, very good. Good indeed. Long lines improvement coming in. Yep, look at all the fishing. This is a great way to catch up, by the way. If you're behind in villages and you're almost dead, and you have some wood to spare, set up a huge amount of fishing boats like crazy. And then you can fish boom like crazy. Because honestly, at this point, HVNI doesn't have to age up. He could literally just spam muskets into infinity beyond and just let Mexico do the heavy lifting for him. He just needs to give him that big swarm of units to protect his stuff. So looks like he indeed was able to pull off. Yeah, good match. Beautiful match, actually. It's lovely, what we love to see here. Some good old-fashioned team games. Very good stuff. So, yep. We're going to go to a 4v4 now. Let me just find it real quick. Let me set that up here. And I'm going to put my light on in this room too, because it's going to get dark soon. And I don't want to turn into Mr. Magoo walking in this stuff. So, yeah, 4v4 ranked. So not only is it 4v4, somebody actually gained or lost CLO because of it too. So it's even more high stakes in that regard then, isn't it now? Big time. Kaiser Abdallah. See, they're organizing some Wars Liberty games today. Hopefully they can record them for us. I'd be super appreciative of that. So yeah, let me put the light on. We'll be all good. Start up. I always get worried. I always get worried about that. Every time I try to get back into the seat, I always worry I'm going to go flying through the wall because of the wire there. Alright, I'm back. Just had to check on a couple of things. I'm all good now. Wow, this is a big game here, man. Got Mr. Junior, Aoe3, Kang, and Quadman going up against King Azzy, Claude Wetson, Skurlkenzi, Combinizon, and Paliente 8. Wow, this is going to be a big game, folks. Big one. On one of the maps I do a lot, too, in team games. In D. This is a pretty fun map, because you got, like, trade routes on both sides. You got one here. Got one here. Got sort of, like, these little canyons here that sort of make it a bit more wallable, too. It's pretty fun. Yeah. So what civs we got? We got Dutch, Swedish, Russia, Portuguese against Mexico, France, Hausa, United States of America. Wow, that's a big tongueful there. A lot of different gameplay styles, cards, and everything working together. So let's see how this turns out, alright? Yeah. Because obviously when you play team games this size, things can get crazy very quickly. Very quickly. Because you got so many players doing their own little thing that it could turn into either like a super treaty-like situation where people just grow and grow and grow, or there's some aggression involved and they rush. And it's a mad scramble to see if the other team survives and can push it back or not. We'll see what sort of game it is, and expect anything to happen. And I mean anything. Anything can happen. So, yeah. I know Aoe3 has a very solid Sweden, though. So he should do pretty good here. I can't remember if I've seen Mr. Junior do Russia, though. That one to me is a bit confusing. I've seen him do United States a lot, and I think I've seen him do British before. I don't recall seeing him do Russians. So he's probably picking that, looking to do a lot of infantry spamming and stuff. Oh yes, this is one of the best things you can do as a Dutch ally, by the way. It's in this team card. Team House of Nassau. Gives everybody a free market, and you can research all the Age 1 technologies for free. So hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, plus the villager upgrades, all for free. It's a beautiful card. And the more teammates you have, the more valuable it is, because then the card essentially has a wood value of like 400 between 4 markets for 4 players, you know what I mean? So 400 wood, plus the added value of the text that you can now research for free. And that also makes it easier for the rest of your team, too, to simplify their builds, you know? Since they don't have to work towards hunting dogs or any of those other techs anymore, they can just sort of sit back and focus on herding and stuff, which is a lot easier, and collecting treasures. Speaking of which, looks like Portuguese has grabbed a trading post. Yeah, trading post grabbing is a pretty good thing to do as Portuguese typically, especially on non-fishing maps. Sorry I didn't mention we're all on chat. Yep, good. It's always good to communicate with each other. It's always nice when these players know each other personally and they can always get together in a chat and yap about their strategy together. It makes it a lot more personal, a lot more camaraderie involved, and they just usually get a lot more done that way. Rather than having a bunch of random strangers you don't know, then you don't know what they're going to do, and yeah, basically. Looks like Aoe3 is going to scout ahead with this market a bit. Look at that. That's a wagon going down here. It's something you see a lot in more advanced players in Age of Empires 3. If you give them a wagon, whether it's one they start with or one that somebody ships in as part of a team card, take it and scout with it, you know? Plus, God forbid it gets killed. It's only a market, right? 100 wood. Not a huge deal. It's not the end of the world if you lose it, so... Yeah, it's not like doing it with a bank wagon, because if you take a covered wagon or a bank wagon, you scout with that thing and you lose it, man. You're going to be crying a bit at night. Just saying. So it looks like the Dutch is also sending frugal constructions too. Gives everybody a trickle of wood, plus allows trees to last longer. Gives them more yield. So people can chop their trees longer too without having to spread out onto the map and get raided. So basically Dutch being a super team player for everybody today. This is great. Plus that add wood trickle will make it easier to construct banks for themselves too. So everybody wins. Everybody's the winner chicken dinner. So that's good. What about the others though? Let's see what the Mexico's doing, because again, you always have to look after Mexico and see what their plan is. It looks like Mexico so far hasn't sent his independence movements yet, though he does have the card. He sent about everything else, right? He sent Arondiga de Granditas, he sent Comandante, and Pazak of Iturbide. Once he sends this, then you know he's going to probably go with revolt. He did get Texacola, right? He's got his Texacola textiles, it gives you vills. And then the Texacola Alliance, it gives you the access to the Jesuits, right? And the Aztec Big Guns, basically. So, that's good. So far, Dutch has one bank. What else can we discern about this match? So, it looks like the, interesting. Just trying to see what these guys are doing. So, it looks like the United States has sent capitalism. They just sent Dutch immigrants, too, to get a bank. It also improves their mining rate and their mining yield, too. So, it's a really effective card, basically. And not only that, too, if you lose the bank, you can reacquire it from the state capital, too. So if you get it sieged down, no big deal, just get another one. Grants earlier access to steam power, and then Slater Textile Mill. This is Rhode Island, right? Yep. I've gone there before, actually. IRL, I've gone to Slater Mill. It's where they take you in Massachusetts to like learn about slavery and the cotton industry in the early, 19th century, basically. They'll take you to Slater Mill and you'll get to see what a colonial sort of cotton processing facility looks like. And it was pretty interesting because they taught you a lot of stuff there, so that's pretty cool. So I'm actually very familiar with Slater Mill, that name. It's very familiar to me. House has got a palace here, keeping the Cossacks away of Mr. Jr. That's one of the biggest things you always do as Russians in any match. Get your Cossack shipments going first and start running around the map and raiding like crazy, right? I'm presuming he sent a 5 Cossack shipment, right? Did he? Yes he did. Looks like he trained an R1 though. He's got 6, right? So he's got a stable in his base, correct? Yep. Cool. Yeah, Cossack rushing is something you can totally do as the Russians. It can be pretty nice. Cossacks, of course, not as sturdy as a Hussar, but they're only 1 pop. So you can spam them a lot easier since they're also cheaper too. What's everyone making? So it looks like Russia's going to be doing Cossack. It looks like Dutch is going to do Skirm. Pike then Jaeger for HV&I. Smart move. It's a good transition. Portuguese, I would imagine, could go Dragoon or something. Dragoon's a very strong play for the Portuguese player. They could also do Cazador Dragoon. They could do Musket Cazador. There's different possibilities for the Portuguese. Yep, Dragoon. Absolutely. That's a good play. How did I know that ahead of time? Yeah, no, I know how to predict gameplay pretty well. Okay, so the Mexico is playing early. He's just going to spam Soldados. It's a pretty strong play, Soldados, kind of the opposite of the Cossacks, right? Cossacks are a very rare, only 1-pop cavalry, whereas the Soldados are a very rare 2-pop musketeer. But for a good reason. Look at those stats. 36 range attack, 300 HP. They're a pretty feisty bunch of units that you don't want to mess with, They're very strong. So yeah, the last thing you want to do is get caught around too many Soldados if you're Cav. They'll just eat right through you. Plus, they have some monstrous siege since they throw actual grenade explosives. So they're good siege monsters, too. They do about 32 siege. Let's see what's going on. Ooh, look at this. Portuguese going for their fast fortress and putting the TC right on that mine there. Wow. That's a pretty forward-facing position, right? Absolutely, man. Wow. Crazy, dude. That's insane, man. Totally insane. What is he shipping in now? Presidio. Oh, that's Mexico's again. Presidios now. Enables generals to construct outposts and an extra fort. Building defensive buildings are cheaper and build faster. That's pretty good for turtling. That's something we see a lot with Portuguese, though. If you can get away with it, it's always better to take advantage of that covered wagon and put it in a real strategic spot. Ideally capturing very critical resources, because look at the level of map control this enforces here. Because if you're the Mexico, you naturally eventually are going to move out to this hunt in this mine, right? Up ahead. Now you can't because there's a TC sitting on top of the thing, grabbing it with all the vills that are going to be trained out of it. So it's a very tough situation. Looks like the United States also picked up the German immigrants. And he is popping out settler wagons like crazy out of that mill. He's also picking up his overbound settlers. Gives you 3 settlers and gives them some really good range combat and improves the yield on natural resources too. So, yep, it's getting a lot done there. Okay, that's a lot of Cossacks now. That's going to be some big raiding there from Mr. Junior. Mr. Junior Bacon Cheeseburger fella. Yeah. Dutch going up to Fortress H2. They are going up with Bishop. That's usually the best option, I think, if you're trying to play greedy. Just get the covered wagon. Kind of makes you a little bit like the Portuguese, because then you can, too, find a good mine and a hunt to capture so the enemy can't get it as well. Right? Going Royal Decree now. This Dutch is one of the civs that absolutely needs their Royal Decree in a late game deck, because it literally adds 2 banks to your build limit, which is your main form of coin income when you're the Dutch, right? All those wonderful trickling bankies. So if you want all the bankies, you got to get the Royal Decree Religious Freedom for that. Kang is spamming out double stable Dragoon right now. Dragoons are awfully good for raiding because they can just fire a shot and run away. Fire a shot and run away. Obviously great against artillery and cavalry because the multipliers that they got. So Dragoons should be a really good asset here for the Portuguese player. Notice how everybody at this point is also up to Fortress Age except for the Russian and the French. Paliente revolted to Central America, by the way. So he is in a Central America revolt. Now, I'm wondering what he's going to do with it. You know, is he going to come out in Industrial Age and do a Texas revolt so he can maintain constant troop presence with United States units? What is his plan? Or is he just going to ride on the heavy cans in the Industrial Age? I don't know. I don't think it would be super kosher to stay in Central America revolt if you're in a 4v4. You got to like turn it into something big. It's scary and beefy. And what's House up to, by the way? They're going up to Industrial Age with Yoruba. Ooh, that's a good one. It's got his griots, too. These powerful units act as a nice support unit, hindering the enemies, basically, making them much weaker. Yeah, no, totally. Griots are very powerful units indeed. He's also got a Khan, because you see him doing the Iconocopias, right? Yep. Oh, he shipped in the Ganansi. This is the one that actually lets you train Iconocopias as like regular military. But they end up costing population and like resources other than influence, so they become like a permanent part of your military rather than just a native. Soldados doing a good job pulling off the Dragoons. Right now, it looks like the Soldados technically would have the advantage against Dragoons, right? Just because of their slightly more damage, right? Yeah, it's kind of toe-to-toe, actually. Because both are sort of 2-pop similarly stat units. The Mexico does come in with the Soldados and aims to siege that TC. Losing the TC would be kind of painful, but guess what? Now you got your Dutch ally there coming in with skirms. Which is a really good strategy overall, I would say. Big time. Most definitely. Beautiful stuff right there, man. Change the plan. Gonna go Mamluks. Ooh, yes, you can absolutely do that as Sweden, right? Because you get the mercenary contract card, right? That actually buffs up your mercenary stats. Plus you get Cav Combat too that benefits it as well. So, yeah. Sweden's actually a good civ to run Mamluks with. Because look at the cards you get. You get this that benefits all your hand cav. You got cav combat that benefits your... Oh no, that's only for range cav. I thought that was all cav for some reason. Like, oh yeah, no, that'd be great. But then you got German mercenary contracts that stats up the Mamluks as well. So, yeah. Not a lot of people know about the power of Mamluks. I always run them in arena and people get mesmerized by how good they are. It's because for years in Wars of Liberty I had some high elo, like Aoe3 players I always used to play with that always swore by Mamluks, and they said they're one of the only good mercenaries in the game that we run. Mamluks. You gotta make them. I think they said Elmedi and Mamluks were the only ones they'd ever consider. So to me, Mamluks have always been cream of the crop for mercenaries to get. It's because of how tanky they are with their HP. Look at that big siege on the trading post there too. Wow. They're sieging away at that, man. Crazy. Insane. That's a lot. And the Dragoons are going to pull in there, right? Yep. France is, again, CBDs. The France seems a little behind in Fortress Age, though, so I don't know what... He's getting Industrial Age, though. He's going up with Tycoon for coin. Not bad choice. Who is this? Russia going up to Industrial Age with the Logistician to give him a fort. Fort could be very strategic if they put it on the front lines here. That would actually be very helpful. Does he have any other forts, though? No, he does not. He does have factories. He does have infinite cav archer shipment. He's got the Georgian Hussars card. So he can ship in like a huge batch of Hussars there up to guard upgrade. Could be very nice if he has the coin to spare for it. Looks like the Mexico has returned to Mexico. Mexico returned to Mexico. This guy has Falconets up to Field Gun. Soldados up to Veteran. He's got some Incidentes that are up to Veteran. Some Solidaros up to Veteran. His allies nearby with some Carbine Cav. Everybody's getting ready for a big war, I think. Russia's adding in some Cabbie Archers with Factory. France doing France stuff. Sweden getting a factory, right? Yep, double factory. Picking up their steam power for the gold production. Also note that HVNI does have 3 native sites as well. So if he wants the native spam in with those Mamluks, he can. Hausa just popping out tons of Echinocobias right now. Spamming them like crazy. The reason why he wants to spam Echons is because they're basically musketeers that have 1 splash attack. So, especially if the formations are packed like sardines close together, they can actually damage multiple units at the same time, which is really, really neat. It's very, very helpful. Ooh, look at those soldados get to work there. Wow, not bad. Skirm's coming in from the Dutch player, though. That'll be a good defense for those Dragoons there to hold the line down, push them off. Because soldados can't deal with skirms. Does he have counter infantry rifle on him too? Yeah, no, not yet. But once he gets that, then it's really going to get very disturbing then. The Sweden's going up to Imperial Age with the Mercenary Contractor. Yes, yes, that's very good, you know, once you get that. Then those Mamluks are going to have 50% more HP in attack. The HP is the most important one since the base HP on Mamluks is so high. And a 50% buff to that is, like, astronomical. But look at what House is doing. House just moved on to the Swedes, just took out their factories, taken out their saloon. He's like coming in pretty deep here with these Econocopias. What else has he got? He's got some Manchu. He's got a bunch of Falconets up to field gun. This house is a real threat right now. It's got the Griots mixed in too to act as a support unit. So yeah, but the thing is he's coming in alone though, so he doesn't have any reinforcements. So what's going to happen is he's going to get surrounded rather quickly. He's got veteran Cossacks coming from behind. A couple of unstoppable Steletzis there with skirms. Cav archers. Already upgraded to the Royal Guard of the Devonian. Yep, this house needs to guard those Falconets with his life using the Econocopias. And try to scare away those Devonian Cav archers too. Right now it looks like the defensive line is holding so far. And after that, looks like House is going to siege some more houses. He's around top of these estates as well. Picking that up would be a big punch in the gut to the Swede player. Needs that coin for the Mamluks. Yeah, what's going on over here? Are these guys... I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Looks like the House of players definitely being offensive. Looks like the Mexico player's been in his base there. Ooh, look at that, kitty cats. Making the little kitty cat Buttercup the pet cougar. Little mountain lions. Oh, that's a good idea. They're a very low cost, pop free unit that you can send in and go meow. And just scratch the cans with their melee attack. Not bad. Plus you got the distraction of the Cossacks there too. So you could run in and go meow 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 and just scratch them. Unfortunately though, looks like he's got to retarget him first. Because it looks like those kitty cats are just dropping like flies at the moment. Oh, Bosniaks! The Dutch player got his Bosniak shipment in. That's gonna push him back a bit because that's a huge splash attack it does with the charge thrust. Okay, and it looks like the House of player is being driven out. He's again dealing with a massive Reuters and skirms, a couple of Cav archers. Looks like a successful defense, and now got a very salty, angry HVNI in there with mercenary contractor buff Mamluks. Almost 2,000 HP. Once you get this, way over 2,000 HP. Scary unit, right? And then the hand attack, 45. Hand attack's not that good, but the HP is great. Plus the armor, the Pierce armor. That's what you have to look at. It's like a walking tank. Plus he's spamming out heavy cans too as we speak. So the offensive is coming. I think Hauser was the last hurrah these guys had. That since that offensive kind of failed. What do these guys got? Field guns. So that was not guard yet. What do they armor themselves with here exactly? I don't know. What's the United States doing? He's got guard carbine cav. He's got some guard sharpshooters, so he's got something. Oh, the how's the guy resigned? He capitulated, man. Yeah, see that's the problem with Hausa, man. Once you get that big push that sort of fails, then they often will, sort of resign, you know what I mean? Because for Hausa in particular, I think they really rely on a lot of tempo with their big mass ups of troops. Once you kill that tempo and you wipe out that army, it's very hard for the African civs to usually recover that eco just because of the way their eco with the influence and everything works. So yeah, it would take an astronomical amount of time for Hausa to like make another army of that size and do it all over again. And what do we see here? Organ Gun Dragoon plus some frontage of Mamluks coming in from HVNI. That combined is a really scary possibility. A possibility I would not want to deal with myself. At all. Plus heavy cans coming in too. There's your siege piece right there. That's going to be quite nice. Yep, right onto the TC, right? Yep. Wow. That's a big offense there, honestly. Kind of impressed. Army Let me impress. Wow. Good work. Good work, gentlemen. You're doing great. Great job, man. OP. And the warders were in blasting the carbine calves. Not bad at all. Very solid. Oh my god, look at that, dude. Woo! Good stuff there. Man, those Mamluks are scaring me a bit. They're very strong units, and we don't always see great appreciators of them. HVNI is running a very powerful unit here. Because look at all this armor, all this HP. It doesn't matter. The carbine cav can't last long enough to fight them anymore, especially since they don't have Imperial stats. You're just getting outclassed heavily by hand cav, which you never see, but in this case it just happens because you're dealing with Mamluks. Mexico's basically cooked. Their base is pretty much getting consumed, digested as we speak. A wall of falconets to fight dragoons, not the best thing to use, right? Especially if they're Legion dragoons, so they get up the RG on them. It's got his upgrades on too, so they're at 18 range right now on top of that. Yeah, those Mamluks, man, look at that. They just... nothing, they can't be stopped. They're as unstoppable as an unstoppable Streletsy in the right hands, man. Yep, just eats up anything they throw at him. Go into the wood chipper. Into the paper shredder. Yeah, no. Crazy stuff, man. Wow, crazy. My clan playing is, in this case, scouting with the market sent by a Dutch teammate with free upgrades. Not wise to scout with. Really? Really? I beg to differ, because markets one of the more or less valuable buildings in the game because it's costs as much as a house. So I feel like if you were going to scout with any wagon, it may as well be a market wagon, right? Yeah, no, I beg to differ on that one. I think at the end of the day, the market wagon is probably one of the safest ones you could scout with. Because even scouting with a cherry orchard as Japan would be kind of risky because you actually need that food as Japan, but people do it all the time. So, yep. Unless you're talking about a very specific skill your clan has at wiping those wagons out and finding them, then maybe then I sort of get your drift there. But I don't know, dude. Like if I was gonna scout with any wagon, it probably would be a market one because I know at least it's one of the more cheaper buildings. You know. Literally just 100 wood. If you were trying to scout with the fort, that would be kind of monstrosity, right? Kind of scary, but yeah. Well, anyways, GG everyone. That was a good match. Beautiful stuff. Very nice. Very good. So now, trying to jog my memory, there's a 3v3 we can look at now too. This one over here. This one. And then there's a deathmatch I could download as well. I just have to look it up on Discord. Let me look it up right away. I'll download that once we get to it, alright? I won't worry about that now. But before we continue, I have to check on my water supply. I need some agua to stay hydrated, so I sound as fresh and refreshed as I always do. So let me refill my water, and then I will be right back with you. Got my agua now. Don't have to worry about that. Good. Let me just make sure the monkey's in. Sometimes it disconnects. You gotta make sure the monkey's in. Good. Alright, let's begin. 3v3 rank supremacy. Let's go. Then we can look at the deathmatch and see if it works. I'm praying that it does because we love covering deathmatch here. Ugh, just climbed some stairs. Knocked the wind out of me. Well, not really, but you always have to breathe a little bit when you climb stairs. It's one of the best exercise forms. So what do we got here? We got Aoe3 and I, Tom Nunes and Kang teaming up. Portuguese, Mexico, Sweden. On the other side, we got Bull Notoriety, I0 God, and X00277. 2 Dutch and a Malta. Okay. We don't see a lot of Maltas. Maltas are always a fun civ to cover. Really crazy civ, you know, they got all sorts of cool defensive tools. They can call in all sorts of special units from other parts of Europe. Kind of a fun civ. Not always effective, but a fun civ nonetheless. One of my personal favorite civs since Wars of Liberty got rid of the civ in their mod. So, if I need my Maltese fixed, I have to go play, the 5th edition. Yeah. Alright, so here we go. Let's see how this turns out. Just a note to you, we are on Florida. Yes, the place where Disney World is. And SeaWorld, and, tons and tons of beaches, man. So, yep, if Portugal wants to go fish boom, they do have a map to do it on. So we'll probably see that here, maybe. For someone, and then I'll be back. I'll just let it play for a few seconds, and then we can check the decks out. Yeah, Kang's a good ally. It's definitely a good asset to have. Just saying, man. Just saying. You should always have Kang if you possibly can. Totally. This week been ill, so I slammed on some TR40s. Yeah, 3D games are great. Good pick, actually. Yep. Yeah. Everybody loves 3D 40, right? Yeah, no, it takes a lot of time to do, but it's very fruitful. It's always a fun time. Assuming people just don't disconnect, of course, yeah. If you got one person that has bad internet and they disconnect, it ruins the whole experience. Yep. It's like that one person that goes to the supermarket but they forget their credit card and then they can't buy anything. Just like that. Literally just the same idea. Yeah, so is this a fish boom deck for Portugal? Not necessarily. We don't see schooners. So it doesn't stop them from going with the fish boom. They could still theoretically do it. It wouldn't be as intuitive from a deck standpoint to do it. Now you do get extra bit of food, wood, and gold trickle as Portuguese because of the Fiterias card, and that could totally factor into making a dock. So we'll see if that ends up happening or not. Yeah. Should be pretty fun. And guess what? Portugal, they're on the coastline too. So if they do want to get that dock down, it doesn't feel that hard to do because it's right outside on their beachfront property there. So it should be a pretty good move. Yeah. He's picking up hunting dogs right now though, so he's getting the food. Both will go Merce, Malta Aoe3. Let's check out that Malta deck. Does he mean he has Russian tongue in there? Let's find out. Notoriety. He does have Russian tongue. Okay. So this basically means once he gets his commanders, right, and he ships his card, then he can train Oprishniks. And those, as you know, are total siege monsters. They like siege buildings so quickly. So we'll have to see if Oprishniks become a real problem here or not, right? Yeah, no, totally. Big time. Other than that, though, it looks like Malta's start is pretty standard. 3 settler, followed by German tongue. Lets Malta actually access the settler wagons a bit, giving them some really good economy. And then you combine it with Wignacourt construction. This one actually allows you, when you're near like defensive range buildings, to gather 30% faster from like natural resources. So hunting, mining, trees, 30% faster near like towers and forts and stuff and TCs. It's really cool. It's like such a good eco card. And even if you're not near one of those, you'll still gather 10% better too. So at the bare minimum, you're getting like eco theory level eco control from it. But if you max it out, it's like getting almost like a Fortress Age level upgrade to your eco, which is really awesome. Yeah, and Tom Nunes is also revolted as Mexico too. He is going again with the Central America revolt. Yes. This one, again, one of your more economical revolts, right? It does not change your villagers into revolutionaries. In fact, it gives you 8 villagers, giving you a bit of an eco bump. And then you got some decisions, right? You often send a couple of good cards here, and then you go on your way to Industrial Age and return to Mexico. And you either stay there or you go with Texas Revolt for the rest of the game. I like the Texas Revolt personally, even though I haven't done it in a long time. It's cool because you switch your roster from Mexican units to United States units. Then you can use the Texians Fort card to essentially turn your forts into unit churning factories where you can choose any unit you want to train for free over time from them. It's really powerful. So, yeah. We're seeing a very similar situation to that 2v2 though. He is going to be going with Celta Tiradores from his barracks. These are Mexican skirmishers, right? So these will be good against pikemen from the Maltese player or the Dutch players, basically. Because this is kind of the interesting situation we have here. Is you don't have any normal muskets between these 3 civs for the most part, right? You do have the Sentinels as Malta, but they are a little bit more pricey, I would say. So not quite a standard spammable musket as, say, French or British could get. So we're going to potentially see a lot of pikers here between those, and that could be really, really good. Yeah, quite nice. Alright, so the commandery is right along the coastline, and it looks like Malta will be going for some fish booming as well. Right along the coast here with that commandery acting as sort of like an anti-ship support unit. Because look at the anti-ship attack. It's about 40 range, 100 crush. That's a lot. I think I'll ship Halb as, what's it again? As the Swedes? Yep, good idea. Yeah, it's a really powerful move to do as the Swedish go with the Halberdier Royal Decree from the church here, the Treaty of Roskilde. Gives you a huge batch of strong statted Halberdiers that you can just run at the enemy. It's really cool. Yeah. Also, I like how Sweden is quickly spamming their torps on the building, right? On the mines. How many torps do you have? 15? Needs about 5 more. Because, see, the recipe to being good with Sweden is to essentially spam these torps as much as you personally can. And then what happens is you get these powerful improvements to them, right? You get blueberries to auto-gather the food better, and then you get Engelberg Ironwork here to get the gold rate up. Because essentially what torps do is they gather nearby natural resources for you without a villager. So whenever you see this like little ring, you see this like little circle here, the like blue, green, yellow circle, that means that the Torp is gathering that currently. And you can see it in the stats here. 0.54 coin per second, 0.5 food per second. Same with this one, same with this one. In fact, this one is actually gathered from a tree a little bit too. You can see the 0.05 wood per second. And essentially you try to get those up first so that you can just generate trickle after trickle after trickle. It's really good. Hey, Saga. Hey. Did you guys finish your stream? How was it? Hopefully it was fun. Yeah, we're here for some good old casting your games right now, and it's pretty awesome. Ooh, there they come. Here comes the Halberdiers. The Gustavian Guards. Yep, I love that royal decree. Very powerful one. 16 Halberdiers is kind of scary, honestly. You know, nobody talks about them a lot. They're very underrated. They might act like pikemen, but their hand attack is much more akin to like hand cavalry. So if they get close and personal, it can be very dangerous very quickly. Yeah. And it looks like Tom Nunes has returned to Mexico in Industrial Age. Portugal is shipping in organ guns now too. So there's a lot of moving pieces right away. So much is going on right now. It's tough to say what they're doing. How about these Dutch fellas though? How's their bank situation? So one has 4 banks. How about the other one? Izirogod. He has how many banks here? He's got about 6 banks. And they've got... Okay, so he sent his Amsterdam, but not his Rotterdam yet. Yeah. Because basically in this big team situation, you try to get your banks out as fast as humanly possible, much like the Swedes should be focusing on their torps right away. Basically magical buildings that give us tons of economy. And if you get them quickly, the game just shines in your favor. So, yeah. And obviously don't make sure anybody sieges them either. Yeah. It's a little bit hard with the Torps because they're built farther out on the map, obviously, and a little bit less sturdy. But it can happen to banks, too, if you're not careful. So you gotta be really wise to not lose those. Yeah. Now, one thing you will say, though, for sure, is the multiplayer probably won't have to go with much crossbowmen, just because he's got, like, 2 Dutch allies that can already start training skirms in age 2. One of them even reached Fortress Age, so they're not even just basic skirms. Those are veteran Shadowtech skirms, which is even better here, yeah. It's quite good, yeah. So the other Dutch is going to be in Fortress Age too, so we're talking like 2 civs with veteran up Shadowtech skirmishers. That's powerful. Yeah, their own helps too, so it's not like they're missing anti-cab either. Malta has grabbed his Carib site. Campaign accurate. He does have his own crossbow and pikeman combo too, so a lot of anti-infantry between these players. I think for one thing is for sure, they're not going to have to worry about infantry very much. Their main concerns going to be like cav and artillery. Yeah, like those Portuguese organ guns that they shipped in. And that's exactly what the Portugal's doing. Knock on wood, right? Look at all of the organ guns he's got. Like 6 of them, right? And the Malta has upgraded to a 2-duck fish boom. So you got 2 ducks working. Going Mamluks again. Hey, Lauren Jesus is looking down on you, son. He's sending you you put the Mamluks in your tavern again. He wants you to win. He wants you to win using one of the best mercenaries in the game, in fact. Yeah. No, Mamluks are great. Really awesome. Really swell. So, this should be a really good match if he's going to go for Mamluks again. Yeah, he's laughing. He knows exactly what you're doing, partner. 10 organs. He has, grape shot too, right? So he can make him even better. Wow. Getting kind of spooky. Kind of spoopy, man. Picking up Royalmen too. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing you can say for sure about Portuguese. They're one of the few civs in the game that can afford to actually run a ton of eco cards and not lose the game, actually, in like a competitive rank match. Most rank civs, you're lucky if you get Refridge and Royal Mint and like Eco Theory. Portuguese, because you got all the security of the multiple town centers and stuff, you can afford to run things like textile mill, sustainable agriculture, cigar roller. You start to see eco cards you would normally only see in like casual games or treaty with a Portuguese player, just because they're free town centers essentially makes them really good at collecting those. Yeah. And that's something we saw in the PK tournament too. We always saw Chef Sadiste and stuff always running sustainable agriculture and cigar roller and stuff. Whereas another Civ, you can never do that realistically without dying. Yeah. Speaking of which, Portugal is going to industrialize too, so they're going to have their fourth TC with the Viceroy. Very strong. More Oregon guns too, and they'll be able to get these up to Rebelliquins as well. Get to the guard upgrade. The Malta is up to Fortress Age, just picked up Circular Saw, bringing in Refridge and Royal Mint. He's got some Mako cards too that he's sending in. Yeah, Circular Saw, a very essential market tech for Malta because they're very reliant on crossbow pikeman combo. He's exactly doing that. Pike and shot, pike and shot. Veteran pikards, veteran crossbows. Yep. And as you upgrade your crossbows as Malta, you can actually get their range up too, which is really cool. And he did send the steel bolts, right? Yep, this is your essential crossbow card for Maltese, right? That and your archaic soldier combat and hit points. These are the ones you really want. Because then your crossbows become really skirmisher-like. Essentially, yeah. Any other docks? Okay, so coastline Dutch player will take advantage of the water as well. So that's cool. What's going on over here? Those Gustavian guards are still working. Yep, this is something you want to do. Once your torps use up a mine, just try to delete those torps and find another mine to start eating, right? Because the more work you can get out of those torps, the better off you are. Yep, this mine is essentially almost done. His berries have been eaten. He just has to worry about eating up this mine and some of the nearby trees. If he loses these torps, not the end of the world, you know. As long as you have your allies there to protect you with army, I think it's kind of good that he deletes them, because now you can find better spots to put them in, you know. You can find either another mine, or you can find a ton of trees. On side trap Malta. Quite a lot, man. Wow, insane. Trap Malta. Indeed. Pikemen coming in to siege the tower? Wow, that's crazy. Insane. Let's see the organ guns put them in the bombard mode here. Ooh. Beautiful bombard there with those organ guns. Did you see how he sprayed those infantry down? No problem. Yeah, that's kind of sort of the shady situation you run into with the Maltese. They're very quick to spam a ton of crossbows and pikes, but obviously literal trash units, so get the artillery out. No longer scary, right? They go down rather quickly. Looks like right now the crossbows are holding the line there for now. And then once all those skirms and self-deterradores show up and stuff, it'll be a pretty easy cleanup for them. H9 might lose a settler there, though. You see that? Yep, bill down. Crossbows gonna be outmaneuvered. Portuguese dragoons coming in as well. Or Mexican dragoons, actually. Mexican ones. Plus we got all these organ guns here. Look at those organ guns get to work on the tower there. They should be able to wipe that out, yeah. Plus you got another TC here too. You got some real opportunities to really disrupt Malta's economic center there. We also see a Kang, finally. Well, he hasn't established like full naval capability, right? But he does have some fishing ships on the water because of the Viceroy age up, right? That gives you some free fishing ships. The Malta's going to industrial age though. So which one is he doing? The logistician. Oh, nice. That's a very powerful one there with the fort. Really plays into Malta's favor, honestly, with their setup. Priest. When do we ever see priests? With Sweden. Yeah, there's some priests right there. On their little staffs. And the factory coming in too. Very good. Sending in a factory and some, what is this here? Sicilian supply. Oh, Basilics. Oh, interesting. So he's going to go with the Royal Guard Culverins of Malta. One of only 2 civs in the game to have Royal Guard Culverins. Very fascinating. Should make it real easy to fight those organ guns now, shouldn't it? Yeah, it's exactly what they need too. But now you see the Dutch players starting to come up here now. You got Reuters, you got Skirms. They're trying to push back a bit for their Maltese ally. Those Reuters got creamed by those organ guns. Yeah, no. Organ guns, since they're sort of machine guns, they're a little bit better against cavalry than like falconets. They're a little bit more good at, because the thing is they shoot multiple shots, so they end up doing like more damage to like cavalry than say a falconet sometimes does. So it's a pretty interesting situation. That's why you always in arena you see people get Gatling guns when they're fighting cav and stuff if they need an artillery unit. Because then it sort of gets 2 things done at once. Ooh, Basilics. Oh god, look at those Royal Guard Culverins get to work. Oh man. Those organ guns are going away real quickly, but guess what? Guess what? Mexican Dragoons and Portuguese Hussars kind of trying to undo them a bit. And you got Dutch doing a ton of horse artillery too. That's going to get cleaned up rather quickly there. Wow. Big change. That was a huge shift in the battle right there. Very big one, yeah. Look at those halberdiers there too. Yeah. Ooh, heavy cannons. Awesome. Look at him go forward with those pikets, though. He's got Basilics, too, right? Yeah, no, you're going to need those Basilics, man, to get that. Oh, good. The Basilics, look, takes out 1 heavy cannon. Using the crossbowman to... Okay. Yeah, see, you're in enemy territory now, Malta, so it's going to be a lot harder to set up an offensive here. That being said, he's run some pikemen to his organ guns. One of them reaches him, and then he just dies. We gotta feed Kang. Captain Kangaroo. Ford is coming up now. How done is... Ford's half HP there. They could blast it with the heavy cannon. Plus he's got another one too. Okay, so that should be an easy cleanup there because you got organ guns, you got heavy cans. Consider that Ford gone. That whole offensive by Malta is sort of cleaned under the rug now. Should be an easy cleanup. Very, very nice. Oh, yep, this powerful card the multis always do. It's called the shipping supplies. It gives you like a ton of like 2,000 wood when the first time you send it, and then the rest of the game it'll give you like 1,300 wood. It's really powerful. It ensures the multis can not only keep up with their sort of pike and shot gameplay with the pikes and the crossbows, but they can also keep up with defensive buildings. They can obviously make artillery like the basilic, culverins. Puts them in a really good position basically, yeah. Because they can constantly keep shipping that wood in as they need. But yeah, look what these Dutch fellas are doing. Horse artillery, culverins, guard scurvies, stud block halberdiers. And the other one's just spamming all Reuters with like one horse artillery there. Wow. Plus more horse artillery coming down from here too. So the combined Dutch are going to be a big force. And then the Malta's doing more arbalester crossbows, veteran pikards, basilics. They're going to want to work together, I think, and move as a cohesive force. Otherwise, it might be a bit tough, yeah. We'll have to see, though, what they end up planning here, honestly. Oh, he went too far with the culverins there, but he's going to get a few shots anyways. Takes out about 2 organ guns, but that's it. That's it. Good maneuver there with the Dragoons by the Mexico player. What do they do now, though? They're going to have to keep this offensive going, otherwise they're cooked. The captain cooked if they don't get an offensive going. It's going to be a really tough one, to say the least. Yeah, totally. Ooh, what's going on, Mick? Ooh, nice. Oh, Mamluks, that's right. HVNI has made it to Imperial Age, folks. He's going to start spamming the Mamluks out. You saw what they did the last game. Let's see what he does this game. I'm curious as Curious George. Okay, so right now he's just doing heavy cans, right? Getting deforestation to get his wood up. Great. But then he's probably just going to spam Mamluks, right? Yep. He's got Mercenary Contractor on. He also has German mercenary contracts on too. So these guys are even stronger than the Mamluks he made last game, because these ones will actually be over 2,000 HP. Yeah. Plus he's getting Savalex Jaeger in too, so he's going to be able to spam more cost-efficient Jaegers there, offsetting some of the gold costs with wood that the Royal Decree does. That's pretty nice. It's going to be a really strong combo with heavy cans too. So these guys have a wall along here, so it looks like they are fortifying this side. Now, question is, where did these guys push up here? If they try pushing over here, it might be a little bit tough. If they go in down here, it's a bit more open, and they'll have an easier time going for it. Also, set the wagons pretty far up there. Would be an easy snipe for anyone looking to raid. Looking at possible pinpoints, because this would be a great place to go if you got your Swedish Mamluks ready. Just go in there, cut them down quick, and just keep moving along through their ranks. Should be a pretty easy sweep. Don't you think? Yes, it should be. Absolutely should be. Alright, so the Mamluks are here. They're hacking through everything like crazy, right? Yep, most definitely. I'm going to run through those now. Quite a big battle, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Very nice. And, ooh, the Impressionics. This is what Aoe3 and I warned about at the start of the game. You gotta do something about these. If these get into your base, it's like letting a cockroach. It's like laying cockroach eggs on your shoes and then walking into your home. Your base will be festered with these guys. Literally, they'll fester your entire base with like siege buildings. It's insane. Good thing is he's got Mamluks, so he can snare them down and eventually cut through them. Question is, what sort of damage is he gonna get done while he's... Okay, so he's gonna... Is he gonna stop for estates? Is he gonna go for factories? What is he gonna go for? All the damage multi-guy gets done here is gonna be a big difference. Alright, so Notoriety, what are you up to? I like how he's trying to intercept him from the side with the Mamluks and get maximum scimitar slashes. He's trying to get as much work done as he humanly can. Basically. Yep, that's a scam call or not the word. Okay, so he's gonna kill some Vills. That's it. That's it. A couple of them get away, though, but they're gonna die, too. He might get one Vill if he's alive. Oh, nope, nope. That was all for nothing. Yeah, no, unfortunately. Good work by Aoe3 and I there. Good work by Aoe3 and I there in intercepting that. That's good. Very good. Very good. Ooh, okay, so look at all the artillery here. Let's see who wins the artillery fight. So it looks like both sides clean each other out. Well, looks like technically Portugal retains the artillery supremacy there, but not for Reuters to beat the rest, right? Yep, looks like an even fight there. Looks like Mexico is technically clapping through his stuff over here, right? He's got his Chinacos up to Charlo, right? So those are going to be very strong. So not only are they good against skirms and artillery, they're good against heavy cavalry too. So they act like little mini dragoons. That's a lot of heavy cannons there. Wow, insane. Let's see how much infantry can blast with that one, yeah. Coming in down here with the Reuters and heavy horse artillery cleaning up this flank. So Portuguese Helpiers trying to siege the train post but fail. Trying to find where the next stuff occurs here. Yep. Pikeard's gonna hold the line there and fight the Mamluks. Obviously, Mamluks, you know, can probably tank them, but why would they? They'll just retreat and let the Jaegers clean them up a bit. Very strategic. Now, the Basilics are completely exposed, and they're going to be some easy pickings. Very easy and expensive pickings for those Mamluks. Some pikemen do pop out those outposts, but to what avail? Yeah. Very, very nice. Because essentially this card here, Dead Towers, lets you train Maltese infantry out of the towers. So he doesn't even need his hospitals there. He can just spam them out with these towers, which is very convenient for him. And here comes the priests. Comes the things we never see, man. Priests coming to heal everyone up. King, I will feed you. Very nice. Here comes the two Dutch players converging, though. That's a lot of artillery. Look at that. Mexican heavy cannons. You got the culverins. You got the Warren guns. Purple Dutch having to reposition to handle those organ guns a bit safer. Some big artillery. Oh, Elmedi. Yeah, that's one thing you can do as Dutch because we have the bank economy and actually afford mercenaries. So you got Belmedi, a very strong choice there. Allow him to clean through those organ guns pretty quickly. At least most of them, but guess what? There's some more up there too, so it's really getting tough. Malta's got endless food and wood, I noticed, so they should be able to spam it to infinity and beyond if they have to. How about the Dutch players? Okay, this Dutch is starved. X00. The other Dutch has a little bit more, so resource attrition is definitely occurring right now, just so you know. Yep, no, resource attrition is occurring right now. Now we have, like, docks here, too, so there might be some naval warfare. Who knows? Because, look, we got some monitors from the Maltese players there. So maybe the Malta and Dutch players. So maybe they'll go for some coastal bombardments. Would be a pretty smart move, honestly. To upset the balance a bit, but we'll see. Orange Dutch getting some Highlanders mixed in. They got Dutch State Army, right? Dutch State Army to unlock the Highlanders and the heavy cavalry there, yep. The Royal Horsemen. Ooh, look at those petards taking apart the factory. Oh, God. That stings. That's definitely going to hurt their eco a bit. Because purple was the Dutch that was doing a little bit better. But now, not so much if he's missing a factory. Definitely not. Definitely going to sting quite a bit. Good work overall, I'd say. Big time. GG's, man. OP. That was a tough one, man. Wow. Now we gotta check out that deathmatch game that Aoe3 submitted to me. See if it might work. Let me go check that out right now, folks. Let me download and maybe we can get it working. That'd be super duper awesome, yeah. Glad some worked out well. Yeah, no. I always say that. I always tell Aoe3 how many of the recordings work just so to reaffirm to him that we got some functioning stuff. Alright, we got record game 5. This is supposed to be a deathmatch game. Yeah, let's see how good this one is, yeah. Let's check it out. Oh, we already downloaded it though, Kermit. No, I don't want to open it. Show in folder. Show in folder, man. Well, it's not named the way it should, so it's kind of sussing me out a bit. Hopefully it works, though. Then I'll have to click a link. Might not work. Let's see, though. Let's pray that we get a good deathmatch in tonight as well for our castings. Would be pretty awesome. Hey, GG, well played, team. A lot of Cannon Micro on our side. I think I lost that one, LOL. You lose and you win. Losing is guaranteed. The classic out of sync, LOL. Yeah, no. It's the plague of Definition 3 is the out of syncing of the recordings. Never happens in Legacy. Whenever I cast Wars of Liberty, you always know the recordings are going to 99.99% work. But, actually, no. I think the ones in Legacy depend a lot on internet. Because if people have really janky internet and it lags badly, I think it out-syncs the file. But, usually, as long as people aren't lag spiking too crazy, you can actually watch the matches. No problem. So, I'm kind of praying. I know most of the players like Nathan and Codefender and Gormistan have perfectly working computers, so I'm not worried about theirs out-syncing. Or Saga. It's going to be some of the Juanito tacos in there, like Eternity and stuff, that you have to be concerned about. But I think even they'll be fine. Honestly, theirs are usually consistent, too. Wonderful Bolivian internet moment. Yeah. So let's see how this one is. Okay, it's loading. That's a good sign. That's awesome. This is the deathmatch 2 versus 2. We got Don Stowe and Notice Smurf versus HVNI and Tom Nunes. Spain and Germany versus the Dutch and British. This is deathmatch, folks. Everybody starts with 20k of each resource, and this recipe is pretty simple. You got to build a church, you got to build houses, you got to build production buildings, and you got to send mercantilism right away. And there's a reason for it, because once you send mercantilism, then you get like 5 ready-to-use shipments just like that. Bada bing, bada boom. You can send card after card after card after card, and then you should be all set. Yep. But be quick, though. Be as quick as a candlestick, because if you don't rush out very quickly, you're most likely going to get rushed yourself and then capitulate very quickly. So that's why you see foundries coming up, barracks, stables, shift click, shift click, shift click. Hotkey, hotkey, hotkey. Hockey. Yeah, like air hockey, like we talked about last night, right? In Monkey Ball, hockey. Air hockey, just like that. Hotkey. Yeah, a little bit different, but you get the idea. Basically, when you start out deathmatch, try to focus on the production-related cards. You know, your fencing school for infantry, riding school for cavalry. Contestolga wagons is great because it gives everybody a town center too, so that's pretty awesome. The more TCs you get, the better off you are, because then you can spam your bills out sooner too. Because not only do you have to worry about fighting in deathmatch, you gotta worry about building villa economy as well. Because eventually, knock on wood, your 20k resources from the start of the match will dry up pretty quickly. So you gotta do something to make up for that, you know? Yes, exactly, Top Nose. Yes, you know what it's like to play deathmatch. Looks like Tom Nunez is making a push here with España, spamming a ton of piqueros, pikemen. But here comes the Brit player, Don Stowe, with longbowmen and some muskets. Tally ho! Looks like Tom Nunez was able to intercept one of the outposts there, but not stop the R1. And I think Brits will hold this ground pretty easily, because they got the superior range firepower to scare off these pikards. But watch out, Spain's got his own skirms coming in too, and artillery. You got culverins, you got some horse arty, you got everything under the sun there. As for the Brit player, he's bringing his own culverins too, so it's going to be a bit of an artillery war. Looks like Brits have picked up their House of Vasa native sites, and now they got some winged hussars there to ram in from the side with their charge attacks and start poking some of their skirms. So it's going to be a pretty intense duel for this section. Notice how Tom Nunez is actually trying to wall this section up here so that HVNI and Tom Nunez can secure this sector for themselves. So, yep, it's going to be an intense duel to say the least. Winged Hussars winging and flying their way through that army there to reach the back. And see how much he gets done there, yep. And then you got Don Stowe there with a ton of tally-ho longbowmen, and some culverins and some mortars, some dragoons, some muskets. He's got everything. He's going to be trying to push on his opponent there right now. Mortars will be great for crushing some of those Spanish barracks, some of those outposts, and start gaining and clawing a bit of ground there. Yep. Deathmatch is all about resource preservation and map control. Yep, because when you're spamming out so much troops and stuff, you essentially gotta make sure that you don't lose your economy, right? And you also have to make sure you maintain map control so your enemy can't just run in with hussars and rip through your villas, because then the first thing goes wrong, Eureka. So, yep. It's kind of interesting. You start the game with so many resources, but by the end, the thing that usually kills you is the lack of resources, because you didn't macro the right resource right, or you took a gambit and deleted some of your vills and just increase your army side to push through a bit. So there's so many things you got to consider there, basically, when you're doing it. Yep, look at all those longbows there. It's quite nice, actually. Yep. Very, very good. Look at those hussars there. You can cut right through the culverins. Wow, crazy. Oh, look, Don Stowe has turned his longbowmen into the Rangers now, sacrificing some of their range and rate of fire to turn him into like a more permanent skirmisher, saving up more of his wood for artillery, but spending more gold in the process since they're actual skirms now rather than archers. Also, their damage and their multipliers technically go up as well, so it's not all bad. Not at all. Plus they get some extra armor too, 35% pierce. What's Noah Smurf up to? I think Noah Smurf's been like silent over here for a while. Oh, look at the Highlanders. Oh. Sutter Wagon's dead. God, if you could see some of these buildings. Ooh. No. How did that happen? How did that happen? What has he got? He's got the Inquisitors there. Is that enough? Is that enough to deal with this? I don't think it is. I don't think it's enough. I know in Colosseum Budokai these Inquisitors have range attack, so they can actually hit you from range, but here you don't have that range advantage, so I think it's a bit more of a pickle, you know? But guess what they do have? Multipliers against mercenaries, because they're sort of like a spies type unit. It's the one thing that makes them really good here is it's like feeding vampire garlic to a vampire, you know? You feed that vampire some garlic bread, he's gonna croak. Same thing with these guys. You spam a bunch of anti-mercenary units like the Inquisitors at the Hounders, you're gonna melt the man. Plus they do crush armor too. You see that? Crush damage. 22 crush damage. it will penetrate the armor of those Highlanders, so that 40% hand armor isn't even protecting them. So they're going down in like only so many swings of those torches and pitchforks. It's quite nice. Very powerful. Oh god, he... Ronald CFL. Yeah, tell me about it. Super funny, man. Try to laugh that one off. Can't. No bueno, Kinder. Kinder Joy? I haven't had Kinder in a while. I got a box, old box of them from last year here. The Hippos. Hazelnut cream and white vanilla cream in them, and it's like a wafer. Pretty delicious. Mortars. Trying to see through the towers now. Very nice. Oh man, beautiful. Look at those culverins get to work right there on the... Ooh, God. Wow. Scary, man. Oh my god. Crazy. Oh man, look at all the Royal Horsemen there. God, that's so scary, man. Because there's essentially mercenary cuirassiers. Very powerful move, man. Woo. But watch out. Spain is spamming the pikers at you. And you know with Spain, they can train them basically instantly, right? With all their cards. Yeah, no, because I get this card here, the Team Hildagos. Allows them to train practically instantly with everything else. But oh look, Don Snow's coming in with artillery too. Looks like Don Snow's actually low on food. I was going to check resources. Looks like his food's a little low there. So we're going to have to watch that a little carefully actually. He's got some rockets though and artillery and stuff. And his gold is rather good. His wood's also good, so if it comes down to it, he could just like do mostly artillery here with a little bit of infantry and dragoons and stuff and probably hold on fine. Oh, so you got all those Royal Horsemen there too. Wow, and Germany coming up here with horse artillery. Here comes the Inquisitorius. Star Wars, I wouldn't want to deal with them right now if you're a Royal Horseman. Rangers will clean them up just fine, but definitely keep the horsemen away from them. Because of their crush damage, they will actually be really good here for attacking artillery, but they decide to pull out anyways. What do they cost to make these Inquisitors? They cost about 105 gold. Not the cheapest unit on the block, but you know, pretty affordable when you're dealing with these things. It costs like 400 gold, right? Or almost that. Yep, pretty much. How's Dutch doing? Dutch has... Because did you notice how Dutch stayed out of the fight for such a long time and made only like little attacks and stuff? They got such a good stockpile of resources now. It's actually really good. Very, very good. Yeah. Quite nice. Ooh, Totem Cup Hussars. Nice. Looks like Aoe3 has chosen to go with the House of Hanover from his Prince Elector's card. So now he'll be able to make Totem Cup Hussars. Brunswickers and some drummers too for the support unit. More Inquisitors coming in to fight the Royal Horsemen though, I see that. Those multipliers are making a huge difference there. The only way the Royal Horseman kind of claws back a bit is with that splash attack though. In general, those Royal Horsemen are indeed being overtaken a little bit. British being the main support at this point. Buried army of artillery, infantry, and some charging hussars there, running right for Aoe3's heavy cannons, intercepting them. It's a big loss for that battlefront, and it might force them to retreat a bit. And now we see reinforcing artillery from the Dutch player and some horsemen. So they're getting ready for a push right now. We're going to have to watch how much resources they got. So the Dutch player's all set. Brit player out of food. So all he can do is just spam cans at this point, and he's got some queued up. Yes, he's shipping rockets in. HBNI has like no food right now, man. It's just got gold and a little bit of wood. It's like literally living on heavy can factories right now. It's not in the best shape right now at this point. So every troop he loses is like such a big blow. Really, it's going to make him suffer badly if he loses too many troops, because then Tom Nuez is going to be left all alone there trying to defend stuff. Pretty insane, man, to say the least, yeah. British Hussars clawing into the HVNI artillery now. Look at all the gold he spent on artillery, though, and he's still losing it pretty rapidly. You got culverins here hitting the heavy cannons. He's going with a lot of Hanover natives, too. You see the Totenkopfs there, you see the Brunswickers. I see he's got the drummers, too, so he's going for all three of them. Yeah, it looks like a tough situation here. It looks like Noah Smurf and Dawn Snow are making a pretty strong offense here, to say the least. Yep, most definitely. Quite good. Let's see here. It looks like the Dragoons and Brits and the Royal Horsemen working together to clobber the Spanish there right where their artillery was rolling through, and completely intercepting it and wiping them out. That's a pretty big deal, actually, no. And what do we got here? We got rockets trying to blast through that front. Man, this is a huge front here by both Brits and Dutch, just clawing into this position here, trying to get through this line. Now the factory is under siege. It's within mortar range, so this factory will be attacked. We need to change deck. Bad build, too slow. Maybe so, but honestly, Spain, you held the line pretty good there for a while. Just now that you're doing most of the pressure now, it's pretty scary, man. Okay, so oh god, that last mortar shot hit the factory down. That's one less heavy cannon production for HVNI. That's a huge blow. One they can't recover from. Can't recover from that one. Yep. HVNI trying to get his guild artisans in for his Celtic wagons right now. Because look at those resources. He's starving. He's starving. Dutch coming in strong. He's got a ton of resources surplus. Brit, same thing. Got enough to keep pushing. But Spain still has resources. It's just he's running low on the wood, though, which is going to hinder his artillery. And it's going to keep him from spamming the units he wants, right? Because what does he want to spam, probably? Like a ton of pikemen to hold that. No? Yeah, no, totally. Oh yeah, no, that was a beautiful counter there with the Inquisitors. We rarely ever see Inquisitors be implemented successfully like that. That was a very fun little trick. And it's even more fun trick that regardless of that hard countering of the Inquisitors, the Dutch player was able to farm up so much gold there at the start of the game by not really being super active that they were able to overrun your eco so effectively. Yeah, that was a pretty big deal there, man. Wow. Tell me about it. That was very fun. liked watching it, actually. Yeah, no, totally. It's really interesting stuff, to say the least. Yeah, big time. 100%. Comes more Royal Horsemen coming for the artillery right now. Look at that right there. Big strike. Wow, crazy. Insane. Moore takes out a TC there. That's a big bust, too. Wow. At this point, Spain, we're running out of food, just trying to send little batches of Dragoons and Gallerchistas around. It's not working out too good, honestly. Not at all. It's getting pretty bad, actually. Big time. Really, they're on their last legs, you can tell, right now. Very last legs at this stage. Big time. Super duper serious. Comes all those hand caps too. Wow. We see those wonderful multipliers at work again over here. The anti-mercenary ones with the Inquisitors. It's kind of scary you're countering them so hard. Because Dutch has like 2,000 plus coin, 20,000 plus coin with all those banks and stuff. He doesn't even care, man. And not only that, he's shipping in Holy Roman mercenary armies of Land Connects, Black Riders, and Jaegers. It's like crazy. That's a lot. It's a whole lot of stuff, basically, yeah. It's way more than that German defense can do. Not even anti-mercenary multipliers can stop the mercenaries. Consider that. Big deal. Just pour out my side, please. Yeah, no, he's bleeding dry over there. How about Spain, though? Can he help? When it comes to infantry, he can't do much. I have nothing. Lost too much. Free. Yeah. He's like at the footheel of his mills, so the food is definitely not on the table anymore. No more comida for you, Tom Nunes. Wow. That was a good bell. I like that one. That was a good one, to say the least. Yep. Totally. Good duel overall. Very nice. Alright. Download record game. You got another one too? Oh, cool. Let's do that one. You just sent me another one. Let's see what that one's about. It's called Record Game 20199, 198, 202, 200, and 201. What do you think, folks? Should we do these, or what do you want to do? Yeah, what time is it now? It's 8 o'clock. Good question. How many people are here? Got 4 people here, so maybe we'll do another 1 or 2 for you. I don't know. Yeah, that was a good mercenary car. I don't know. Let me download these first. Because who knows if these are... I don't know. I mean, I want to maybe bank them up for later. So if we want to do another stream like this week, we can do it. I don't know. I'm deciding. Definitely picking and choosing what to do. Let's download these right now. 5 recordings. That's a lot. That's a lot of recordings you got there, son. Wow. Crazy. Brutal. Let me put those in the folder now, either way. Get those in there. And what are they anyways? Are they deathmatch games? Are they supremacies? Are they treaties? What are those? They look pretty big. They look pretty hefty. So what are they? I'm assuming by the size that they're probably team games of some kind, right? I would assume maybe, from the size of them at least. Well, this is interesting. The record game 199 has the same size as the one I just did. 9,411 kilobytes? Is that right? Yeah, maybe that's a duplicate. I don't know. Let's check it out just for fun, just to see. Just for technical awareness, yeah. It's the 91991 one. Just pull that one up. I just want to see real quick if it's a duplicate or not. This one. Is it a duplicate? Yep, this is the one we just did. Okay. Note to self. Do not replay this one again. Nope, that's the one we just did. Okay. Just had to make sure. Alright, so it's 8 o'clock now. I'm trying to decide why. I want to do some Wars of Liberty now. I want to play some Wars of Liberty casting now, if you don't mind. Because I always like to balance it out a bit. I like to do some Definitive Edition 3 and I do some Wars of Liberty. So that way, it's half and half. You know, we did like 2.5 hours of D3 and then we're going to do like 3 hours or something of Wars of Liberty, which is slightly more, but yeah, whatever. Because we got some people submitted some new games for me today, so I want to get into some of those as well and try some of those out for you. So let's do that, especially since I have to start practicing for my Wars of Liberty tournament stuff, because we're going to be casting up that tournament this week, remember? Exactly. Yep. It's going to be a pretty good one. We already got 2 of the series already submitted to me. We just need 6 more, and then we might be able to cast that up this weekend for you. Wouldn't that be fun? Like a full 12... And when I do this like tournament live stream thing, I'm just casting the whole time. I'm not doing Star Wars... At least until later. Like, I'll do all the tournament stuff first, get it all done, and then we can have some fun after that. But doing the tournament games will be top priority on that day. Because I don't know how long the matches are going to be. Well, if we get done with them early, I guess we could play some other games. But, well, even so, I would probably just play Aoe3 the rest of the time and then do Star Wars later as a separate stream, like I usually do on the weekend because I have more time. But, yeah. Good question, actually. Because sometimes when we have that... Because remember, this time it's the best out of 5. So it's bigger than the Chori tournaments that I did. Those were best out of 3s. Now 3 games are the bare minimum that you're going to get, right? And then if they're like really intense series, then they're going to go up to 5 games. So technically slightly less people, but more matches between them. In theory, yeah. So let me download the new games. I want to do some of the new ones. Let's search them up right now. See what we got here. Who's pinging my Discord too? Is that Star Wars? No, it's Kyber. People pinging me with Kyber lobbies all day and night, man. Wow. That's an active place, man. If you like Star Wars Battlefront 2, go download Kyber, man. It's so fun. You'll definitely enjoy it. Totally. Yeah. What 2v1 what 2v2 1? So there's a 2v2 series? A series of 2v2s. Whoa. Alucard versus Nathan as well. We got some good ones here. What should we do, folks? What should we do? I'll get them downloaded now, but what should we do? Which one do you want to see first? Do you want to see like a series of 2v2s, or do you want to see like Alucard versus Nathan? Those are some really spicy matchups, actually. I like that. I like to see that. Let me see. I missed one. I missed a record. This one. All right. I have to download all 9 of them. Well, we looked at team games all day. Do you want to see Wars of Liberty ones now, or it's up to you? Yeah. All right, let's. Because the thing is, when you do team games, it always knocks the wind out of your bags and your diaphragm because you have to talk a lot more and you got because there's so much more going on. So I think we'll start with the Alucard versus Nathan series, because that's a pretty solid 1v1 series. We didn't see any 1v1s today too, so it might spice up things a bit. Yeah, we'll do Alu versus Nathan. Now, just so you know, Alucard is actually not participating in the Liga, so it's probably just practice for Nathan, who is participating in the tournament, just so he can get good with the civs. Yeah. I'm not participating in the tournament because I'm the organizer, and I felt like if there's money involved with it, it would be kind of weird to win my own tournament and just take everyone's money. It would look like the mafia, and I don't want to look like bada bing bada boom. You know, I want to keep it legit. Let's see here. These ones. This is the series here. This is going to be a really fun series, to say the least. Hey, deathmatch. Oh, they're deathmatch games? Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, we'll bank those up for maybe Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah. Just make sure everybody's there to watch it with me. Yeah. Tuesday we have to do that Age of Mythology DLC, Blood and Bones, and just play a ton of AOM games that day, just to showcase the new visual DLC. And then Wednesday we can come back to this, which would be really awesome. Yeah. Alucard versus Nathan. Let's get some good old Alucard versus Nathan 1v1 action going. I wonder who's gonna win. That's the question. Okay, so here we are. We got Alucard playing as Uzbeks. Wow. Civ we don't see a lot of anymore. And then we see Nathan playing as Danish. A Civ we see surprisingly a lot, even though I don't think they're that good, honestly. I mean, they're good. Supposedly, to people like Gormistan, they're actually really good, but I think they're kind of bland, you know. It's like you know those crackers again, the hospital that don't have any salt on them and stuff. They're just heart healthy because they don't raise your blood pressure. It's kind of like that. It is a good Civ, but I don't know. I like Civs that have more spicy stuff to them, so we'll see. So this should be an interesting one. We got basically a defensive herdable Civ here, the Uzbeks, who have both defensive bonuses and herdable based bonuses. And then you got the Danish, which are mostly known for loving to send a ton of cards and get some cool little perks from it called Golden Ages, which essentially give you a period of a few seconds where you get higher XP bounties. So it's kind of like the Torii Gates of Japan, but as a cool little trick you get to use upon sending a card every time. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, yep, right away, if you're a Middle East Civ, 2 things. You build your Madrasa and then your Mahala. It's usually better to build the Madrasa first and then get the Mahala second, assuming you don't get housed, because then you can get your first Madrasa tech right away once you can afford it. And as you know, Madrasa techs are required to age up as Middle East Civs. You do not age up at the town center as Middle East. You do use the Madrasa for that, and you research techs for it. Right? Mahala, your big, giant, expensive house. It's got the wood cost of a barracks essentially, but because it gives you like 20 population space and the cool perks of a capital as well. It's pretty awesome. Thanks. A lot of losses and some wins. Ooh, cool. So it's going to be the humbling of HV&I, basically. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's always good to see back and forth sometimes, just to see a different variety of stuff, basically, yeah. Wait a minute, wrong thing. Whoops. Oh, wait a minute. I was trying to share my stream with the Wars Libby servers at the same time, and I accidentally had all those record files like, nope, don't do that. So let me do that. Very nice, and I'll just do it in the multiplayer server, and we should be all set. Yep. Juanito Bolero Tiempo. Bolero Tiempo. Nice. Hopefully we'll get some more viewers from that. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Alright, perfect. Alright, swell. So right away we're seeing blue Madrasa Tech for Uzbeks. They give you some free nomads. Uzbeks are the only civ in the Middle East culture to have different types of nomads instead of just some bland one. They get these Kurgs ones, which move a bit quicker on their Bactrian camels. They also can build these cool yurts. They actually can turn into a yurt, and the yurt will attract nearby huntables that you can lure in. Kind of like the granaries for the Africans in D. And oh look, he's also getting yellow Madrasa too. This one gives you something called a Karakul sheep. They're sheep that have gold instead of food in them. So they're more well known for their wool instead of their food. And what these yellow Madrasa techs do as well is they allow your herbals to fatten quicker too. Especially when they're around these nomad guys. So, yep, instead of using livestock pens as Middle East, you actually just use these nomads to sort of stand near them. And they release some sort of special aura similar to the Karnamata to actually make the animals fatten quicker. It's really neat. So yeah, that should be really fun. I think once he gets this though, he'll have enough for age 2, right? Because you need about 3 Madrasa Techs research to reach the second age. Oh, he needs one more, so he's going to get the second yellow one. It gives you a little bit more sheep. And I think the fattening rate improvement is about the same as the other ones, so that's not too different. Because, see, when your animals are near the nomad, they get this little circle around them, a little ring, and they fatten up quicker, which is really neat. Looks like he's configuring onto Turkmen nomads now. Turkmen nomads, they're a little bit different. Instead of having more movement speed, they have more attack. They're better at fighting. They have a hand attack, as you can see, of like 20. So, kind of like coyote runners in a way. They also can turn into Alamans. The Alamans are these big mud towers that you can build around enemy town centers. So they have to be built within a certain circle of the town center. Most buildings in Age of Empires 3, you can't build them next to a TC. The Alaman, you have to build it next to a TC. It's a totally offensive building. It does range attacks that do multipliers against vills. And it pops out these special Gaia units called Alamaninas, basically Turkmen warlords and barbarians and stuff on horseback. They will kind of try to kill everyone around them, including your guys, so you have to be careful. Basically like little mini Tartarus gates from Age of Mythology. It's really neat. So yeah, you should definitely use them sometime. And it's better when you go in numbers, right? Try to go in with like 2 or 3 Turkmen nomads at least, so you can like completely smother their TC with them and force them into sort of a panic mode. Then it works out really well. But be forewarned though, town centers are great for killing the Alamans while they're being built. So if you're a very vigilant player, you can often nip them in the bud by just having your vills nearby on a mine like this and just pop them in. It's really nice. Okay, so he's going to set them up over here. Does Nathan know what's going on? Because if he doesn't find out in time, then he's going to have to deal with them at full health, which is a lot harder. He personally shouldn't attack these vills. He should just... Oh, come on, man. Don't do that. You should just let him think that everything's fine. Because then he's going to maybe take his vills into TC and try to fight these things now. That would have been a little sneaky, like a ninja. So now the Allemans are up. They're going to do some anti-Vil multipliers. He's probably going to lose a Vil to it. Look at this. Look at these mud towers. They're going to kill a Vil. Maybe 2 or 3. Oh man, he's got some problems now. Okay, they just garrison now. And what he's probably going to do is he's going to keep some Vils in the TC to try to kill off these Allemans. He's also got some Grenadiers trained up from his barracks. We actually went double barracks. He's going triple barracks. He shipped in volunteers. Basically, crossbowmen, but with guns. Same stats as the crossbowmen. Got all these Grenadiers here. This is a big push. Wow. Yeah, you know how much this is eating up a lot of time that Nathan could be using to kill his opponent in his base. That's what these Allemans are. They're really a distraction. They're supposed to divert the opponent so they can't actually be in your base rushing you. And if you do get to kill a Vil or 2, like what just happened, then it's even better because then you actually hurt their economy as well. And also these Alemannias, once they get numerous, start to kill some of the units as well. So look at that. He just lost a volunteer there. So it's even eating into his army a bit too. So it's really neat. We're seeing a bit of everything. Now he's got land soldatars. He's shipping in pikemen. He's making everything. Oh god. Oh no. Don't tell me he's going to get rid of his ox cart. If he kills the ox cart, man, that's bad. Because this thing actually boosts up your villagers' productivity and their gather rates. So if you can kill their ox cart, that's like really sad, man. You almost did too. Wow. Thank God it has hand armor. Thank God it has hand armor. If it didn't have hand armor, that would be pretty serious, honestly. No, totally. Yeah, no, you kind of got a mishmash of infantry here from the Danish player, though, which is pretty neat. Uzbek. So this is one cool Civ bonus of the Uzbek player. Uzbeks can build extra buildings. Well, they can build extra citadels, and they can build extra madrasas. So instead of just having one madrasa, Uzbeks can have 2 madrasas, which means they can research madrasa texts at the same time. He's getting the first red one done here, and then he's getting I believe the 3rd blue one here. Pretty awesome, because then you can just age up quicker and cut down your age up time, because you're essentially getting madrasa texts done at the same time, which is really neat. Only do it, though, if you know you can keep up with the costs. Otherwise, it's kind of just a waste of building space that you could be putting for something else. He has no buildings, though, for military, though. He's got a garrison inside of his citadel there. By the way, this citadel can shoot even without being garrisoned, so it's really like a big outpost. Shipping in some Sarbazan muskets. I think it's still going to be kind of tough for Alucard to do this, though. Look at this. Because then he's going to send the pikemen in to siege the citadel, though. Yeah. The thing is, though, look at the stats here. Citadels actually have more HP than towers, so they can survive a bit longer. Yeah. He's trying to max out his Sarbazan here. To no avail, though, because he's got... Nathan did a really beautiful rush. He went in with 3 barracks. That's a huge rush. But then he's researching another red madrasa tech. This will give him some free archers, which again he can use to defend his citadel. Red madrasa techs also up the HP and range attack on your citadels. So technically, if he can get a red madrasa tech or 2, he could allow this thing to survive a bit longer, which is great. If he can get the fortress age, he can get 9 Sarbazan, and if he can get off... The monkey can get off his back a bit. He can get these citadels out, too, and turtle up. Yeah, he should be able to get that shipment right now. Also, he's targeting the pikemen with the Turkmen Nomad, too, which is awesome. Your citadels, regardless of what civ you are, will make your Nomad units for free over time. So that's one added cool defense of this structure here, is you will get free things you can use to literally punch your enemies in the face. Not even kidding. Yeah, sucker punch them while they're trying to throw torches. They won't even notice the guy with the little turban coming on and going boom, boom, boom. It's really nice. So here comes the Sarbazan. I believe they will come out in time, but the question is, does he have a backup plan? I don't think he does. He's got all these... Oh, Nathan took his Kurakul sheep away. There's your gold. He's trying to fight with Vils now, trying to stall for time here. He's going to lose the Citadel too, but the Sarbazin will come out, but not enough. These are unupgraded Sarbazin. He's got nothing. He's got nothing at this point. And also, the Uzbek Citadels have a cool Civ bonus too, where they increase the HP of nearby buildings. So if you can kill off the Citadel, all the other buildings will go back down to a more normal HP as well. So that's another cool perk of taking out the TCs of the Uzbeks early. Because I think if Nathan didn't get aggressive like this, I think Alucard would have been dead. Yeah, real dead. And this is why people, they're always crying, oh, the Billy Cids are OP. No, Uzbeks are kind of trash. Like, if you can't get a solid defense early on in a 1v1, Uzbeks are kind of a real tough one to run nowadays. Back in the day when they were sort of a cheat civ with the bug with the Karakul sweep, they were like one of the best civs. The best civ, actually. But now they're kind of on the lower end of the spectrum. Very interesting. Doesn't say they're not bad. They got all these cool things. They got like cannons that have more splash. They got all this stuff. They got cool units. But yeah. So that's one win for Nathan. Very nice one. Let's check out the next one now. Let me load up the game. I got Chrome still open. Let me delete that so we don't lag up. Let's look at game number 2. I'm surprised Nathan did such an effective rush against Alucard, because Alucard is a very skilled player. He really let his guard down there with Uzbeks, I think. That play with the Alamans early on was spot on, but after that he had no follow-up to defend his base, and he just died because of it. Maybe he should have just made Sarbazin or some Aoe3 or something, because I think if he went to Forge and made the archers, he would have been fine. But who knows? Trying to see here. This one. Let's check this one out now. Should be really fun. Yep, we got a lot of recordings to look at, by the way, so a lot of cool stuff to look at. So what do we got here? So we got who is this? We got Nathan playing as Inca, and we got Alucard playing as Persians or Iranians. That's a really interesting matchup, because now you go from a melee civ that's kind of hard to run to one that's actually really strong and has some good builds to them. So Iranians will definitely be a much bigger challenge for Nathan to deal with, but he, on his own accord, has a really good civ for dealing with Iranians. So basically what you're supposed to do with Iran is get a ton of Mahalas, and they get this cool Madrasa tech bonus that allows them to call out more levies of Minutemen every time they send it from the Mahalas, and also in a larger volume too. So instead of like 2 Minutemen per Mahala, they get 3 of them. Yeah, I should have mentioned that instead of getting Minutemen from your TC, you get them from your Mahalas. So yeah, makes the Mahalas even more valuable, right? And if you get like a full build limit of 10 Mahalas, for a normal Middle East civ, you can get like 20 Minutemen out of them combined, which is really good. For only 150 food and gold, because you're essentially paying for all of them to batch up at the same time. But the downside is once you batch them up, you can't send it again for the rest of the game. Except if you're Persia or Saudi Arabia. They can call out new Minuteman levies every time they send a red Madras attack. So Iran, for what it's worth, they can get up to, because they get extra Minutemen with their batches, they get 3 instead of 2. So if you get 10 Mahalas, you get 30 Minutemen, and times that by 7. No, by 6, because then you can get 6 more batches. Wait a minute, no, it's times 7 actually, so it's like 420 Minutemen in a short succession if you can keep the gold flowing with the Madras attacks, which is pretty scary, because then you got cool Madras attack, cool cards that actually prevent your Minutemen from losing HP, ones that increase their range to a crossbow. It's pretty good. So, yeah. But we don't see that here. Alucard's going for something totally different. He's going for his food trickle card, Akika, with the little baby goat. Cute little goat. 210 food, same as Colbertism. It's a pretty decent food trickle. And what you normally are going to do with Iran, if you're playing them right, you're going to really focus on the yellow Madrasa techs, because the yellow Madrasa techs not only give you resource crates, but they also give you trickles too of the resource crate it delivers. So if you send the first yellow Madrasa tech, you get 100 food plus a tiny little food trickle. You send the next yellow Madrasa tech, you get 200 wood crates, so a different resource, but it's now bigger, plus a slightly bigger wood trickle rate than the food trickle you gained last time. And it goes all the way to the last one where you get like, I think like 600 or 700 gold and get like a really Godzilla sized gold trickle. Not a Godzilla sized one, but a relatively big one, you know? So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. As far as the Blue Madrasa text is concerned, though, they do two things. They give you free imams, so free healers. So if you're HV 9, you love to spam priests, you won't have to spam priests because these texts will do it for you. And it allows your mosque or your church to trickle more XP. Because yes, Middle Easterns do get mosque. They can build mosque as well, and they essentially act like a church. You can train healers, and they trickle XP themselves. So yeah, but they'll trickle even more XP if you get these blue Madrasa decks. Plus, with Persia or Iran, they also get these two cards. The Jamkaran Mosque and the renovation of Imam Hussein Shrine. Both of these get your church build limit up by 1. So then you can have 2 mosques with this, and then you can get 3 when you add this one on too. Plus, this one actually doubles the trickle rate from the mosques as well. So if you get both of these in your deck, card sending is very easy, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And that's why you see some infinite cards down here for Midfas or Mudafas, basically Middle Eastern Falconet type cannons, and then Russian interference here to ship in some Cossacks too. I personally prefer the other units myself, like the French ones, the Italian ones, and the Brit ones, but you can do a lot with the Iranians because they get like 5 different Royal Courtier options, so it's really your pick of the crop what you prefer, actually. Yeah. So he's getting his first yellow Madrasa tech, and he's going to get his second one after that, I'm assuming. Inca's going up with the High Priest right now. I think that's going to give him XP. This is essentially an Inca deck. They're very good at rushing early with their combination of Okarunas, basically Chimu runners, basically, without the special ability. You got the Bola warriors. They function just like the ones from the Kishwa site, and then you get the Huamakas, again, functioning just like they do from the Kishwa site. But note that they all cost food and gold, except for the Okarunas, which cost food and wood, just like the Aztec Coyote runners. So while what the native site you have to have wood to make, Huamakas and Bola warriors, here you just need food and gold for them. And then you need that wood for the Okarunas, actually. One cool thing to note about Incas, just so you know, their age up costs, particularly their first one, costs gold instead of food. Yeah, and then when you get into the later ages, your age ups will just cost more gold instead of food. Your villagers, for what it's worth, actually trickle gold while they work, because look at this, 0.16 gold per second for these vills. And you can boost it up further through the market, because at the market, for the Inca, instead of getting mining techs, you actually get techs that improve the auto trickle of your villagers while they gather resources of gold. So, yeah. It's still recommended, like in this case, to keep your vills mining either way, because they'll still get some decent gold on top of the stuff that they're trickling. But if it gets to a point that you run out of mines, don't worry, you'll never run out of gold, which is really good. Another thing, too, to know about Inca, their buildings all cost gold themselves. So you actually need 100 gold to build a house, 200 to build an Ushnu, which is where all your military units come from. It's a very important consideration, basically, yeah. Let's check back in with Alucard, though, because I don't know if he's going to take this a bit more seriously and not get rushed to death. Alright, he's getting a gunsmith. That's good. Gunsmith is where we build our units with firearms in this game. Yeah, basically. So yep, pretty much this is where you would make your Sarbazen, your Tofangchis, all your sort of gunpowder units. This is where you would get those pretty much, which is pretty cool. Yep, most definitely. And that's what you would do essentially there. Whereas if you want things that don't have guns, like say swordsmen, spearmen, archers, you would use the forge for that. So yep, typically for Iran, you're gonna open up with the gunsmith first, and then you're gonna often get forges later if you need hand cavalry, because for Iran in particular, their only stuff from the forge is going to be hand cavalry or spearmen. So typically, if you're Iran, you're going to start with your gunsmith first to get your janbaz, muskets, and if you need skirms, you got your tofangchis for that. And they're not even like really skirms. They're kind of like an early skirm. So they're kind of a bit in the crossbow category, sort of. Okay, so it looks like Alucard is picking up his Jamkaran Mosque. He's going to construct a mosque over here first. And then he should be able to build a second one after that. And he's going to farm like a ton of XP. Because look at him emphasizing the blue Madrasatex. He's making a very risky, greedy play to invest in XP early by getting these extra mosques out, right? And picking up these blue Madrasatex to make sure that they trickle extra XP. Because look at how much they're already trickling now. 0.75. Once he gets a second blue Madrasatech, then they're going to trickle about 1 XP per second, which is pretty big deal. Especially since he's going to have a second Moss doing it too. It's like 2 XP per second between these two. And then obviously when you get here, then you're going to have 3 Moss doing that. So like 3 XP per second. Not considering the effect of XP trickle that card does, and the additional blue Madrasatech that you'll be researching too. Because Persia are on really big trickle civ. They love to trickle stuff. They trickle XP through the churches more. And then as the civ themselves, they're trickling food, wood, and gold based on how many yellow Madrasatechs that they've already researched. So they got a lot of like trickle economy basically. And if you end up going with the British Royal Courtiers, they'll give you works buildings too, which are essentially Paraguayan style factory buildings to give you even more resource trickles. So yeah, no. If you like a nice lazy economy, Persia or Iran is actually not a bad civ for that. And even if you lose a ton of your vills, at least you know you got some backup. You know, you got some backup economy there, and you're not totally dead. So it's pretty good in that sense. Yeah, no, totally. Most definitely. Yeah. Also, am I right, or did everybody leave the stream all of a sudden? Did something go wrong? I don't see anyone here. Eek. That's weird. Very, very weird, son. Spooky. Spooky stuff, son. Ooh. Eek. There's all the Wars of Liberty players here tonight. We gotta get some people to watch this stuff with me, man. If you don't show up, I'm gonna start eating roast beef and cheese sandwiches while I cast and turn into a mukbang. So you better hurry up and come back. Yeah. I'm actually kind of hungry, so I might do that. We got some Janbaz here. Yep, these guys are your Iranian muskets. These guys are pretty good. They got some really good range attack. Look at that, 27 range attack. Their HP is less than a European musket, I believe, but their range attack is like fire, man. They're really good. Their hand attack is about average, so yeah. Also, their costs, if you look at, they cost less food, but they cost a little bit more gold than the standard musket. So, overall, pretty solid unit. I just love their uniforms, though. Like, they got, like, these cool light blue, cyan uniforms, and then later on they become more dark blue. Blue is my favorite color, and that's why I love Middle East. They get so many blue domes. It's so awesome. If you love the color azul, you're going to love Middle East civs because of all these blue domes that they have on literally everything. The mosque, the madrasa, later on the citadels get blue domes, the gunsmiths get blue domes, the forges get blue domes. I think even the marketed stuff gets domes. It's pretty cool. Lots of beautiful architecture, yeah. It's pretty nice. Ton of Genbaz in there. Oh, he's already on his fifth yellow Madrasa tech. That's like the second wood one, so it's gonna give him like I think like 600 wood and like a huge, pretty huge wood trickle, and then he's off to just the last one then, right? Yeah. That should put him into the Fortress Age, because that would be about 7 Madrasa techs, and once you get 7 Madrasa techs, you can reach Fortress Age. Alright, so now he's got some options. He can send a Citadel. He's gonna go for the cans. He's gonna get the Midfas, the Mudafa as they calls them in the card there. Essentially, these are Middle Eastern falconets. They're a little bit different because they are actually cheaper than falconets, and they're actually less pop heavy than falconets, right? I think they only have a pop cost of like 3 or 4 or something. It's actually pretty affordable. But that does mean that they're a bit weaker though. So they're more spammable, but they're weaker. So take it as you will. It does mean though, just like this, that you're gonna get 3 of them in the Fortress Age shipment instead of 2. So technically more cans to work with, which sometimes is a bit better. He's going to follow that up with Janju. Janju cheapens your veteran and your guard upgrades on the Jinbazan. Plus it allows the Explorer to do an improved aura to actually strengthen the stats of the Junbuz even further. Yeah. Because if you didn't know, Middle East Civ has this cool property where your Explorer, your Sadar, or wherever he is, your Explorer, your Sadar actually boosts nearby troops easier. Sort of like a Diamio, but he does it for just like one unit in the game called its favorite unit. For Iran, their favorite unit is the Junbazan. So if your Sadar Explorer is near the Junbazan, they will have more HP and attack. And he can also train more Junbazan too. So it's really helpful for you on the front lines to be able to train a couple of extra muskets and stuff with the Explorer and have them be boosted by the Explorer. So it's really neat stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah, no, typically for these Iran games, you're often just going to spam a ton of Jinbazan with some artillery and things of that nature. So definitely Alucard's playing pretty well into the Iran playbook. Just doing it without the Eljari Minuteman stuff that I talked about earlier. Inca, though, he's got a mix of Okarunas, Huamakas, and Boda Warriors. So he's got everything. These Okarunas are going to be dead meat. It's really going to come down to the Boda Warriors and the Huamakas. Look at what Alucard is doing. He's moving into a choke point, a bottleneck, just so the Midfas can get their shots right on this axis over here. This is strong. Exactly what you want to do if you're the defender. Take advantage of these close quarters, keep units from moving through, and now Alucard's taking his batch of Jinbazan up here and sticking them into the bayonets to try to stop the encroaching melee units clawing up on the cannons. It looks like Nathan gets one midfoot down. He gets a second one down, but does he get the last one down is the question. It looks like he does not. No, he doesn't. He's still fighting down here a bit. And look at how good these Jinbazan are holding. Oh, and then he got some. Oh, okay, all right. So he just fought the last of that stuff there. All right. Now it looks like Nathan did do a pretty decent push, but Alucard's economy at this point is being a bit boosted by those trickles from the Yellow Madrasa techs, and he's shipping in about 8 villagers with the Fortress Age villager shipment too. So about 8 servant villagers coming in as well. That should allow Alucard to recover. Certainly has a sizable mass of Jinbazan left, plus one of his cannons left, so he can hold this position. He's not out of the. He's not destroyed. Far from it. Whereas Nathan, he's going to keep up with the rushing. He's a very aggressive player. He often forgoes Fortress Aging just so he can keep rushing his opponent. Yeah, it's very good. And I think YouTube sort of, was being a bit weird because now it's showing all the viewers of the stream coming back. So, yeah. Must have been a weird glitch on YouTube's part then. Because, yeah, cool. Glad to see everybody was listening along to that. It was pretty fun. Right now, though, I think if you're Inca, you're kind of in a pickle. Because now you got an opponent that's in Fortress Age with a really strong veteran upgraded Jinbazan. At this stage, they have like 30 range attack. And that's without cards, too. That's just being boosted by the Explorer. Because he can send... he did send Westernized Combat. Alright. and he sent westernized hit points. So these are fully carded Janbas. Yeah. Okay. Very interesting. His explorer is in here, right? Where's his explorer? His Sadar. His explorer is. I'm trying to see where his explorer is. Get your explorer here. Your Sadar. He'll effectively get these Jimbazan up to like 31, 32 range attack, which is really nice. Yep. Another Mahala being built as well. Yep. Very nice. It's pretty common to build your Mahalas on the front lines because they're such a sturdy building compared to a normal house. It's not as risk giving an idea to like just branch them out to give you more line of sight. Yeah, pretty much. You just Alucard just picked up 2 line of sight technologies, the oil lamp and the Moisen, to be able to get the line of sight up on his units and his buildings. But Middle East can also research a second line of line of sight technologies too to help him see even farther. That's really awesome. And now we see Alucard again, the last Yellow Madrasa Tech, the 6th one. And now he's picking up the what looks to be the 3rd blue Madrasa Tech, yeah. Yep, exactly. So he's getting some more aging up stuff done there. I think it'll be a while before we see an industrial age, but now we see Alucard actually implementing his royal courtiers, and he's going to go with the British ones. James Outram of the British. British courtiers do 2 cool things. They give you a resource trickle, much like the Yellow Madrasa Techs, and they give you some works wagons too. Essentially, little mini factories normally belonging to the Paraguay Civ. They will trickle 1 resource and 1 resource alone. So they're essentially banks, but they cost pop space. So they're like less efficient than banks, but just really good supporting parts of your economy that eat up some of your military size a bit. So that's cool. This one will give him woodworks, I believe, and then a bit of a food trickle, yeah. So, okay, so he's got 2 woodworks, and you know why that is? Because wait a minute, which one is he on? Oh yeah, that's right. He sent the one that's 2nd, and then he's gonna send Harry Pottinger. Okay, because essentially the way the British courtiers work, the further down in the UI that the royal courtier is, for the Brits, the more wagons that they give you. So he just got the 2nd one, so he got 2 of the gold works, and then the one he's getting now with Pottinger is going to give him like 1 woodworks, right? And then if he goes to industrial age and gets that one, then he'll get 3 food works, essentially, yeah. What's he getting now? He's getting his 4th blue Madrasa Tech. He's picking up the renovation of Imam Hussein Shrine. That'll allow him to get a 3rd mosque, with the XP trickle rate doubled on all of his mosques. Look at all the trickles he's going for. He's farming a ton of resources now, which is really neat. He's got some of his free imams there too. HV and I would be proud of the free healers. Just loves his healers so much. They're even healing up some of the injured Jambazan from the last fight. So his troops will be all ready to go when the battling begins, yeah. Oral poetry is being researched from the Citadel. This is a tech that actually upgrades the stats of your nomads. Essentially the free nomads that you get from the Citadel there. And then there's a 2nd tech called Caravan Raid that also gives them multipliers against villagers too. So they actually can become a supportive raiding unit too. Yeah, no, melee civs give you a lot of cool little tidbits to play with, yeah. Also, oral poetry, I should mention, also ups the build limit of your nomad units by +1, too. It's most effective for Uzbeks, of course, because they get 3 different types of nomad units. So for them, it's really like getting +3 nomads, if you count all 3 of the individual ones. Because basically with Uzbeks, you can configure which nomads you want to produce with all your citadels. Kind of like a factory. You can say, I want this one, and then later on change your mind and put that one, and it's all free to do. So it's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. Getting the 5th blue Madrasa Tech, morning of Muharram. Nathan Going for a full military here. Getting a ton of Bola warriors. He's got 36 of them. Now he's going to get even more. He knows now the Junbuzz spam is coming. He's also picking up a good team card here. Team Ruag Chikoi. This gets the HP and attack of his military troops up by 5%. All of his military. And his villagers too, for that matter. So it's beneficial to all of his units. He's trying to back up right now, I think, and come up with a game plan. Because at this point, I think Nathan knows he doesn't have much time. He obviously can't get to Industrial Age to get the Inca Moors, which would be a great support for his infantry, but doesn't look like he can do that. So he just has to sit here and get Bola warriors and hope that that's enough. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation, actually, that Nathan got himself into here. Pretty spicy situation, to say the least, I would say, most definitely. So now we see more Okarunas coming in now. Very good. More bills coming in too, right? Yep, very nice. Oh, he is going to try to sneak a Fortress Agent now to the Musician. The Musician is essentially your messenger, so that one will age up quicker. Did he deliberately throw the Vills in there to distract him or something? Because if he did, that's crazy, dude. Does he have a Tombow? You need a Tombow, basically a tower to upgrade your military. He has enough gold for it, right? Yeah, he better get a Tombow soon so he can upgrade that. And he'll probably want to ship in one of these things, like maybe the Mancos or something. Or actually get a Pokhara, that's a fort. That'd actually be a really good idea there. I would totally support him doing that pretty much. Oh yeah, no, totally. I would absolutely go for that too if it was me. Beautiful. More Bullet Warriors coming in too. Very nice. Veteran upgrade coming in for Huamakas and Bullet Warriors. Yep. Was that the Ocarina? Ocarina, Bullet Warriors from the Tombow back here. Yep, indeed. As you know, Tombos are basically specialized trading posts that have like give you extra like range attack and stuff. Pretty interesting thing. But for Middle East actually gets their own Tombos called Caravanserais that function the same way, actually. They essentially give you +5 population, and they start with a range attack by default. So if you like playing the Incas in 5th edition, Middle East Civs will have very similar trading posts for you to use with a very similar cost. So now Alucard is in the Industrial Age. Now he's got all of his Junbaz and up to the guard upgrade right now. Yep. A pretty hefty stack of those right there. Quite good. Yeah, that's a lot of Junbaz he's got there actually. Yeah, big time. He's doing pretty good. I mean, he's holding the line very well, but those Bullet Warriors are still swarming in for Nathan. Still swarming in with those things, yeah. Look at the Imams blocking the range attacks too. That's like so pog, man. Using those Imams to like reduce damage onto the heavy infantry. It's very strategic. Yeah, no, now you're starting to see a huge presence of the Junbaza now. Enough to actually kick them back a bit too. Yep. Also, Alucard just researched foreign trainers, essentially standing army for Middle East, which means your infantry will train faster. Or actually, not even your infantry, your gunsmith units will train faster. Since instead of infantry and cavalry in this culture, it's gunpowder units versus non-gunpowder units. Not infantry and cavalry. Also, he's picking up the Paradise Gardens. It allows fountains to produce bushes twice as fast. That's essential for late game, pretty much. Is he already starting bush production or no? He is not, but he'll probably do it soon. He'll start building some fountains. Start getting some food and gold bushes. Because instead of like mills and stuff, these Middle Easterns just use bushes, man. Food and gold bushes. Oh wow, GG man. Crazy. Ooh, yeah, no. Jambazin are pretty good, I will say. Very strong unit, to say the least. Totally. So yeah, now we'll go on to the next one. Let me restart the game again. We'll go into game number 3 of Alucard versus Nathan. See how they do. Should be a fun one, to say the least. Very, very good. Alu versus Nat. Alu versus Nat. This one. Perfect. Get that one now and then do the next one. Oh, what's this we got now? We got Nathan playing as Central America. That's an Alucard civ. And then Alucard is playing as Afghans. Oh, interesting. So Nathan thinks he's a cheeky little monkey there, man, trying to steal Alucard's builds. But Alucard's like, oh no, man, I'm playing Afghans now, so you better watch out, son. It's going to be real dangerous real quick. Yep, I arguably think that Afghans are probably the best Middle East civ. Personally, some might say it's Saudi Arabian, some might say it's Iran. It's really up for personal debate, but I think Afghans are pretty solid, honestly. There's a few reasons why. So basically for Afghans, they get this cool bonus where they can garrison their villas inside their mahallas. They also get some really good madrasa techs too, like effect wise. So that's another good thing about Afghans. Also they get this awesome military zip bonus called the Jazail attack, which we can already see with the Explorer here. So you get a range attack, right? That's like this one. And then you get a longer range Jazail attack, which is +2 range beyond the normal range of your unit, and it does slightly more damage. So you're essentially have a civ where all your gunpowder units are all snipers, right? All your native-born units are all snipers. And because of that, if you get the units within that Jazail range or that sniper range, but not within the regular range, you'll actually do more damage to units that way. So it's essentially like longbowmen. Like if you attack with the longbowman and if you hit the unit from like at its farthest length that it could shoot from, that it did slightly more damage. That's the way the Jazail attacks work. So you're rewarded for essentially maintaining more distance between troops that you're shooting at. If you get too close, then you lose that Jazail attack damage advantage. So yeah, kind of a literal sniper civ, yeah. It's really awesome. What is he sending? Aoe3 Hadif. Yep, this is a card we often see people get, Aoe3 Hadif. It's essentially a wood trickle card like the ones that the Russians send in vanilla. Speaking of which, he will start with the blue Madrasa tech. Blue Madrasa techs for Afghans are a bit special because instead of costing a combo of food and gold, they cost just wood. They're the only civ in the culture of Middle East that has wood costing Madrasa techs, which is kind of awesome. Because it means if you can chop a ton of wood, then you can breeze through these Madrasa techs a lot quicker. Not only that, it's the blue Madrasa techs that actually give you free villagers and also give you added perks to your mahallas too. So you can garrison more troops inside of them. You can get more range attack out of them when they're garrisoned. You can allow them to build bushes for you. You can let them train nomads for you. It's pretty cool what you can get away with, actually. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. Very, very good. Because at the end of the day, nomads are really just like native scouts that can also fan up your herdables, really. That's really all they are. Native scouts that can fan up your herdables. They are slightly better in combat than native scouts, though, and they actually, again, can actually be upgraded, which is pretty neat. Hee hee! Jesus Christ, Poser Aoe3. Hee hee! Hee hee indeed. Got ourselves some good Wars of Liberty, man. Glad you could make it. Now he's going to switch to the Yellow Madrasa tech. Yellow Madrasa techs do two things. They give you coin bushes, free ones, so you don't even have to build a fountain to get some of them. And it allows coin bushes to contain more gold, too. So if you want to get the poppy forges will become more useful to you over time, every time you send a Yellow Madrasa tech. So by the end of the game, when you get all the Yellow Madrasa techs, your coin bushes are just going to be better. Your poppy plants are just going to be popping, right? Popping poppies, just like Plants vs. Zombies Heroes, right? Popping poppies. You know, the big flower that sends the little buddies in to battle you and stuff. Pretty cool, right? Yep. And then sending the second blue Madrasa tech in, this will grant about 2 free villagers. The free villager thing increments by 1 with every Madrasa tech that you send. So the first Madrasa tech only gives you like 1 free vill. Second one will give you 2 free vill. And then the last one gives you like 7 free villagers, which is really awesome. Yeah. Pretty cool. So, yep. Well, actually, no. It gives you 6, right? Because you start 1 vill, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, yeah. I don't know why I said 7. It's like I didn't even watch Sesame Street. I watched plenty of Sesame Street. That's a scary thing. So I don't know why I can't count my numbers. Very weird. Nang versus Kwalang. This actually adds more HP and attack onto your Mahalas, so that you can turtle with them even better. Whereas Nathan, I believe, is going to go with an outlaw-based build, right? Yeah, with Central America. He's aging up with First Confederate Wave. That will grant him a town hall, essentially, where it's a building that will give you a free colonel or a caudillo, and then that caudillo turns into sort of like a daimyo that can train and boost outlaws. So you know how Japan, like the Japanese civ, has like the daimyo samurai on the horseback that lets you train all their troops and everything and boost them up? That's essentially what caudillos are in this situation, but they only deal with outlaws. They're basically those bad hombres Donald Trump warned you about. Yeah, no, literally. They're literally the bad hombres in the Trump commercials. Literally just that. Yep, pretty funny. Yeah, and every civ gets like 3 different outlaws. They get 2 common ones that are shared with other civs, and they get 1 unique one. Except for Brazil. I think Brazil's the only special one that actually gets 2 unique outlaws. So Brazil, definitely the fascinating civ there. So here's a caudillo right now. And on top of all that, he also counts as your spy unit. So instead of being able to build spies as Latin America, you just essentially have the caudillos acting like one individual spy with all the anti-mercenary and other multipliers you could ever ask for. 20x against mercenaries, 15x against natives, 10x against heroes, even 5x against other spies too. So even though he does have the hero tag, since he's an immortal unit that can't die, he'll have an easy time killing enemy spies on pawns, and he can also see them too because he's a hero. So he's good against things that spies are good against, plus the spies themselves, making him like the most ultimate specialist unit in the game, because he can actually train and boost outlaws too. So these are one of the outlaw units that Central America gets. It's actually their unique one, called the Cochirico. The Cochirico is essentially your outlaw renegado type unit, so it's a 2-pop skirmisher. It's really nice. That's why Nathan's picking up his counter marking. It's a mining card. Boosts up the coin gather rate, which is really good. But let's see what Alucard's up to. So he's playing greedy. He's going blue Madrasa techs, trying to get a ton of extra free vills. He has the Aoe3 and stuff, right? Yep, he's going to want to ship these in, I think. Because if you don't get any defense, I think technically Central America creams you very good. I'm a little bit intimidated by Nathan's Afghan push there. I think it could be a very strong, aggressive play, honestly. So we'll have to watch very carefully to see if it turns into something interesting. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, pretty good stuff, honestly. Nang versus Quilang's coming in. So now, if Nathan rushes, Alucard will be able to jump into his Mahalas and have even more HP and range attack onto those when he garrisons them with Vils to max out the range attacks. Another Yellow Madras attack coming in too. This will grant even more coin bushes and fan them up a bit too. Alucard is picking up his oil lamp and his muezzin at the Mahala to get his line of sight up. Yep. I think I mentioned this, but I didn't really go into depth. On top of acting as your houses, the Mahalas also have all of your capital text, so your like Imperial Age text stuff, and some of your church text too. So it's like a massive researching building on top of giving you pop space. But for Afghans, it just makes them they're just even more useful for you, really. Right now, Nathan's just raiding like a Viking with those Cochalicos, trying to get out as much damage as he can. As you can see, they have 23 range attacks, 16 range, 2x against heavy infantry. So essentially early skirmishers. Basically renegados that you can train with the Caudillo, and they become even better when the Caudillo is standing near them. Right now, though, he's really just pressing Alucard like crazy, prevent him from doing any serious expansion or anything. Why doesn't he get some more Madras attacks, though? He needs them. He needs them badly, man. Tell me about it. He's in a tough pickle right now. Yep, he's going to pick up another Yellow Madras attack there. Egalitarian land holdings. Good pick. Oh no, and now he's making the Leperos too. Nathan's making the Leperos. Leperos are the Spearman Outlaws, so they're good against buildings. And they good at killing cav too. But look at that siege. 40 siege on them. He's not even standing near the Caudillo. If he stands near the Caudillo, their siege goes up to, I think, like 42, 43, 44. It's a big siege monster of a unit. Look at what they're doing to that Mahala there. A 200 wood building just being melted. All Alucard can do is use his Explorer there to try to snipe off the Leperos at range and try to stall for some time. Until the Cocharicos come in and start oh god, they're blasting his Vils too. Oh, great. Oh, man. Alucard, what did you do? What did you do, man? What did you do? Like, I like playing greedy with Afghans, but I know when I have to build a gunsmith and ship in Aoe3, just saying. He has really set himself up to fail right now, and I am dead serious. Okay, he's in Fortress Age now. He can ship in cannons, right? Yep, so he can get something done. But unfortunately for him, if he does that, I think Nathan just gets Maniosos, essentially the Coyote Runner type outlaw, right? With the hand armor. So, really, you're going to have to come up with a quick, speedy solution here to get all that fixed, right? Big time, pretty much, yeah. Essentially. Here comes the Midfus. Here they come now. I like the Explorer there just sniping the Leperos from the side too. And then Nathan has to literally take his Cacharicos and try to go after him a bit. Just like Pac-Man. Now the problem is he's gonna have the cans coming out right around here, and then the Leperos. Oh, he didn't even get it out. Jesus, dude. Oh my God, man. What did you do? Oh no. Aoe3, that's not how you play Afghans. You gotta be more defensible than that. It's okay to be greedy. You do need to get those blue Madras attacks done, but not at the expense of your defense. I think the thing that bothered him was the fact that the Giselle cheese costs a lot of wood compared to regular early skirms, and that's probably why he held off for a bit. That, Hi, Juanito Bonito. Hi, Gringo Bonito Juanito. Hola, Jeff Argento. He's one of our participants in the Wars of Liberty League, by the way. I can't wait to see his series. I think he's facing off against a pretty solid opponent, too, so it should be pretty fun. Yep, so far we got 2 series submitted to me. We just need 6 more and cast it up this weekend. Or next weekend if we don't get it done by then. I'll do it next weekend. Yeah, no. I'm going to try to, if we can, try to cast up series once a week. Unless it's a ton of games that take forever, then we'll spend 2 days on it. Yeah. Because unfortunately with YouTube, you can stream for 14 to 16 hours straight. I don't know why. Probably because some gringo gordo melted into his chair or something. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Sometimes people call me a doctor because I know a lot of medical facts, but I'm not an actual doctor. Don't sue me if I give you the wrong advice. I'm not here to practice medicine, I'm just here to practice Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty by casting it. Yeah. It's the only thing I practice. And I practice what I preach. Or at least I try to. Yeah. Alright, so we got Nathan playing as Korea, the Oro Crony Civ. And we got Alucard playing as Afghans again. So, this is actually a pretty fun matchup. Yeah. This is an even matchup, actually, now. And this was back before, Nathan and some unmentionable people tried to get Korea nerfed, and they successfully did it with the devs. So, this should actually be a really favorable matchup for Afghans, because back in those days when Korea was really privileged and had a lot of advantages, with the Grand Palace and stuff, they used to struggle against Afghans. So, I am thinking in this situation, we're going to see a really tight duel between these two civs. What I imagine happening is Korea's just going to spam young archers and Dangpa spearmen and just kind of do what they did in the Inca game, but with, better units. Since, essentially, the Korean archers, them youngs, longbowmen. Same rate of fire, same range. Awesome. Yeah. And what Alkir could do is he could make the Giselle cheese. So they got the range of the longbowmen, but they're a gunpowder unit, so they technically punch a lot harder, honestly. And they got better multipliers, too. So, yeah. But that's not all. They get actually a card in Fortress Age called I think it's the Amkaran Massacre or something, that actually gives them a better rate of fire, too. So they do fire faster than like when we talk about Rangers versus Longbowmen with the British, right? It's the Ranger that has the full 3x, the 3 rate of fire of 3 and super slow, and then the Longbowman's the 1.5 and super fast and nimble is Robin Hood. But for Afghans, when you send that Massacre card, the line gets a bit more blurred since the Giselle cheese will actually shoot at a rate of fire of I think 2.5 or 2 or something. It's a lot better. It turns them into a real monstrosity. Yeah, because just for the Giselle cheese in particular, they get this cool bonus where if they shoot at the higher range with their Giselle attack, it actually deals more multipliers too. So it's not just another random Giselle armed Afghan unit, it actually does more multipliers at the Giselle range. So if you shoot at the regular range, the multiplier is 1.5 against muskets, which is pretty okay. But if you go with the full range with the Giselle attack, it's 2x, so it's like a real skirmisher. So yeah, no, Giselle cheese are totally awesome, and I don't know why Alucard didn't make him the last game, because he would have been fine. I'm telling you, if he made a ton of Giselle cheese, he would have been able to hold off against those outlaws for a very long time. Yeah. Alright, so we got first blue Madrasa Tech coming for Afghans right now. I'm assuming he's going to get the yellow one next, right? First yellow one, and then he's going to come back for the second blue one. That's typically what we do nowadays, unless you can get a ton of wood from treasures with RNG. Then you can just go straight up blue, 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 azul, 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 or you can come back and do the O one later. Essentially, you want those blue techs done sooner, so you can get the free vills sooner, and thus get more resources sooner. Yeah. It's really about it, I would say. Yeah. Big time. Mountain irrigation. Okay, and what wonder is Nathan going to get, by the way? So he's got his market up. So he probably got hunting eagles, I'm assuming, as an Asian civ. How's his deck looking too? Is anything weird or wacky? Okay, he's got everything a competitive Korea deck should have. You know, archer, spearman, diplomatic intrigue. Gabo reforms. This essentially is Bushido principles. Allows you to train units in blocks of 10. This one's a fun card called Lord of the Mountains. It essentially allows you to produce free tigers from your monastery for free. Free animals to attack your enemies with. Yeah. The rest of this stuff looks really good too. Not bad at all, honestly. No, definitely not. It's looking quite good, actually. That's definitely. Alright, so now Alucard's getting his first Mahala up, right? Didn't build another one, right? Nope. So what wonder is again? He's getting the Grand Palace. So what they did to nerf this building is they scaled it per age, how fast the free villagers come out of it. Because initially, it would always send free villagers at a fixed rate, and it would send them out at a pretty quick rate and stuff. But now, if you want the vills to come out quicker from the Grand Palace for free, you gotta send it at a later age. So it is totally possible, I think, for people to send it as like a fast fortress or a fast industrial to get them to have it be a lot more useful. Yeah. But they did come back and sort of rebuffed it a little bit so that the drag in the earlier ages isn't as bad. So that's good. That's pretty good. Because, yeah, as you can see, this Grand Palace has two main functions. Produces free villagers for free over time, and it allows you to research European market techs, too. So you can get hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, and the villager ones for double price. But you cannot get, like, the Age 2 or Fortress Age ones, though, so you can't get circular saw or steel traps or anything. Just the early ones. In the old days, you could get the other ones, too, and not for double price, and that made Korea a real monster of a civ. Korea's always been a monster of a civ. They're actually probably one of the better civs in the mod, honestly. Just saying. Even with the little thing they did to sort of castrate the Grand Palace, so to speak, it's still a pretty solid civ either way, I would say. Most definitely. Got barracks right there. Very good. Yep, now basically with Korea, you're just going to spam young archers and Dangpa spearmen in Age 2 because that's all you can make at the barracks. And just rush like crazy with them. Yeah. Because believe it or not, Koreans don't actually get Hussars in Age 2 from the stable. They actually get the opposite. They get their Dragoon early and they get their hand cav later. So it's kind of a reversal. You would never build a stable as Korea unless you witness things we consider to be quote-unquote assault units or artillery units. But if you're not running anything like assault cav related, like Mushateros or Escoltas, you would never make a stable as Korea early. You would really just go stable, barracks, archer, spearman, archer, spearman, archer, spearman, like that. Yeah. And that's what makes Korea so good. It's so much simplicity. You know exactly what to do. You don't have to choose between all these units like the Chinese and stuff. You go like, oh yeah, if I need to kill infantry, make the archers. If I need to deal with CAD, make the spearmen. That's literally it. No sophistication to it at all. Yeah. Literally it. Alright, so those archers are coming out now. Awesome. Very good. Double barracks archers. That's going to be even better. Plus, he's bringing in the Russian consulate, too. That's a great idea. Do you get diplomatic intrigue? No. See, that's where I draw the line a bit. I'm always a proponent, again, diplomatic intrigue first, so you can literally save like 75 export going for that alliance. That's what I would do. But you do you, man. Plus, you would get like 300 export on top of that, so you could send a batch out right away. Because what he's doing is, he's gonna just spam archers from the barracks, and then he's gonna use his consulate to make spearmen. Because basically, in this mod, the consulate things were changed pretty drastically. So instead of having like, Cossacks, you get Opal Shennet spearmen, so actual pikemen, to complement the archers. So you don't even need your Korean spearmen. You can just get a batch of weaker but more spammable Russian pikemen. It's kind of based on the thing that the Spanish send in, D with the pikemen. But because Russian units are obviously weaker and cheaper, you get like 13 pikes instead of 8 of them. And they're all just slightly worse. Look at all the Jazelchis. This is awesome. Yeah. Because essentially these Jazelchis and these longbow archers have the same range. So they essentially can compete with each other pretty good, actually. Because normally Jazelchis really capitalize on their extra range, but they won't be able to with these archers because they literally maintain an equal range with them. Pretty much, yeah. And funnily enough, both civs have a way of actually increasing their archers' range too to fit more into like the Yeoman upgrade as well. For Afghans, it's through the advanced gunsmith. They get a tech called Theory of Mael, gives their gunpowder units +2 range, and then 20% more damage, which is really sweet. For the Koreans, they get a team card actually that improves archers range for the whole team. So that's foot archers as well as ones mounted. So it's really awesome. Yeah, no, it's a lot of stuff basically to consider. Not only that, Alucard's going to get some dual talabs as well. These are essentially the Afghan Coyote Runner units. So instead of having Hussars, they get these guys. They have a sword and shield. And they get 2 things that make them better than Coyote Runners. Number 1, their armor is great. It's 40% pierce. They get multipliers against skirmishers too, so they do 30 damage to skirms, so they're actually really good at cutting down crossbowmen and stuff. Plus, they get an RNG. They get a 15% chance of doing a lethal strike when a unit has like 30 hit points or less. So if you got like a Hussar or something that's like 30 hit points, there's a 15% chance that the Dual Talab will actually instantly kill him with his sword. It's really awesome. Makes them a really efficient unit, basically, yeah. Because there's always that RNG that you're going to batter down weakened units and rip through them easier. Yeah, it's really helpful. It's actually very helpful. Comes the Korean Explorer there. Gets sniped easily, very nice. More blue Madrasa Tech coming in, right? Yep. I think once Alucard gets the Fortress Aids, though, he's going to be able to send Midfas in and go for the offensive, which will be very sweet. Because then he can get Veteran on his Jazelchis, too. And then he can pick up Tribal Combat to get his Jazels and his Dual Talabs up. And then get the Gundabak Massacre. The Gundabak Massacre, that's the one that allows him to shoot faster. Yeah. And then in late game, you can get this too, the 10 rupee Jazales, which actually replaces their wood cost with gold to actually make them more of a late game unit that you can make once all the trees are gone, which is really neat. He's also picking up Nang versus Kwang now to allow turtling at the Mahalas to be a bit easier. I also like how Alucard has picked up a lot of caravanserais on the trade route so that he can essentially get more XP from the trade. And since the caravanserais start out with the range attacks similar to the Tombos and DE, you should be able to defend those positions rather easily, I would say. And I see he's picking up actually the last Bloom and Dross attack here. This is the best one. It gives you 6 free villagers. This would be a huge boon for Alucard's economy. Yeah, big time. But the thing is, the longer in the game you get as Korea, the more free villages they're going to pick up. It's just going to be at a slow rate because of the nerf on the building. Because as you can see right here, it's like so sluggish, yeah. In the old days, it'd be moving like whoop, whoop, like that. Not that quick, but pretty close. That's a lot of Opalshans there, man. Look at all those spearmen, the Opalshanais. And then you have about 40 archers. This is actually a decent force that he could rush with and potentially get Alucard with. But he's got to do it carefully. He's got to keep the Opalshanais alive to siege, and then use the archers to clean up everything. Yeah. It's a pretty good timing attack because now he knows that Alucard's in Fortress Age and he's probably going to be looking to get his cannons next. So he's in a sort of a panic to try to rush him right away. Maybe get close enough to the TC that he can just snipe off those cannons and wipe them out easily, rather than run into a real pickle. But because Alucard got his caravanserai, this is one structure that Nathan has to kill because it's going to shoot at his units and distract them and stuff. So he actually has to get this sold first before he can even do the next step, really. Yeah, look at those archers get the work there. Quite good. Very nice. Those Royal Crony archers, yeah. And now they're going to push deeper towards Alucard's base. But here comes the Midfas, though. Let's see if the Midfas end up saving the day or not for Alucard. We'll see. The Opalshanais move on to one of the Mahalas because he sent Quang versus Kwalang. Nalang. Now it's going to take longer to siege that down. But let's see what happens. So he sends some of the Opalshanais forward first to rush one of the cannons. The archers rip through one of the cannons. Second cannon dead. And now the third cannon's going to be rushed as well. I like how Nathan's microing. He's microing everything down quite nice. Taking out the 3 cannons. But now he's got Dualtlap slicing at his heels now. As you can see, they're doing critical attacks, killing units. But I think he can finish them off with his archers, I believe. He's got a few reinforcing archers too. He's going to move on to his forge now. That way he can't get more Dualtlabs if he can siege his forge down. That's where you train all your sword and shield units, basically, and everything. It doesn't have a firearm. There's the archers there blasting the Gizelchis now. Very nice. Wow, he's got the Gizelchis up to veteran now, so that'll make him a lot stronger, basically. Yep. Also, I should check my monkey thing as well. Yep, that's working good. Awesome. You always have to check your Mikey every now and then to make sure it's still working. Looks like it is. Did he get Jazair yet on these or no? Nope, not yet. Probably doesn't need it yet. He's picking up his upgrade there for line of sight. Getting his scaffolding. This gets his wood chopping rate up to the Fortress Age level. Shipping in a Citadel as well. These Citadel cards do improve your Citadel build limit, effectively allowing you more TCs. So now he just has one. Then he can get 2 and 3 with this. You got a 4th one here. And then these two good cards. Duran Line to allow the Citadels to get free Sepoys from them. And the Polygamy to get free villagers from him too. But it doesn't look like he has that, just the Sepoys. Looks like, yep. There's again the, what's that card called again? The Gunbarak Massacre to get the rate of fire up on the Jazelchis. Which should be really good there, basically. Yep, pretty much. Nathan trying to get his Fortress Age Wonder up the Hwasong Fortress. It's essentially a fort that Korea gets, but instead of being like the Agra Fort, this fort actually starts out letting you train artillery instead of the other stuff. So it's literally just like a big giant castle, really. Yep, a defensive building and an artillery building. And it actually gets upgraded alongside the castles as well. So, yeah, it's sort of like just a big, huge, giant castle. It's not as sophisticated as the Agra Fort is by any means. It's good because once you get it, you don't have to like make an actual foundry and stuff. You can really do everything you can do with a foundry here. You can train and upgrade artillery. You can get the range attack and upgrade it. It's like a regular castle. It's very nice. It's the only castle you'll ever need to possibly. You can see he's getting all the market text too. He's getting his gold one. He's getting Imperial Bureaucracy. He's picking up everything under the sun, it looks like. At least from what it seems like. Yeah, basically. Coin shipping coming in. Awesome. Very good. Watches. Very nice. Get those in. Wow, 1,000 coin too. That's not bad. Training up 2 watches and then upgrading his archers to veteran. Since these are console units, they're already upgraded to veteran, the Opal Shenets. He does have some. He has a spearman shipment too, Dangpos. Now these watches are pretty cool because they're essentially machine gun type artillery, which means they have multipliers against cavalry in the mod. But they're the only machine gun that does crush damage, so they're actually really good at butchering stuff, which is really neat. And Lars is now playing Wars of Liberty, folks, so if you want to play with Lars, go ahead. While keeping my stream on, of course. And then later on, you can even get this cool, something called Flaming Barrage, that adds an infantry multiplier on them, too. They're honestly some of the best machine guns in the game, these Swatches. And it's so cool because they're like actually medieval units, but they somehow outperform Gatling guns and all that stuff, making them quite nice. More archers coming in too, yep. Nice. So what Alucard has ended up doing is he made the mortars. The mortars are your counter to artillery, so if you run into any sort of cannons, as Middle East you would want to make mortars to fight those, yeah. Essentially what you'd want to make there pretty much, yep. And he also looks like they've been also made the iron flails too. They're very similar to the ones that the Chinese Civ gets in the 5th edition. But these guys are a little bit different. They're statted to be like an actual viable 2-pop cav unit. So I believe they're a little bit stronger than the Chinese ones. Because they're actually like a normal trainable military unit rather than one that comes in a banner army, basically, yeah. Pretty interesting. I mean, they get the splash attack still, plus the multipliers against skirms. So they are an awfully good unit overall, I would say, pretty much. Yep, most definitely. More watches. Here comes the iron flails as well. This should be very nice. Even more iron flails. Awesome. Look at all these fountains here that Alucard's got. So basically, when you play Middle East, you'll want about 4 fountains for food and about 4 for gold. That's sort of what I figured out is the perfect recipe. Because what each of these fountains does is they produce bushes. You can either make food bushes or gold bushes. And you can configure it just like a rice paddy to switch from food to gold a day at a time. So if you have too many pomegranates and you want to make some poppies, you can do that. And vice versa. Yeah, overall at the start they're not very useful to you if you need immediate food, but as time goes on they'll prove their worth because then you'll have a lot of bushes and then you can throw your vills on them. And technically they're better than a mill because essentially you can have like I think like up to 3 to 4 vills on every bush, and since you can have like the thing surrounded by bushes in the end, technically you save on a ton of like wood and gold to take care of those villagers basically. It's really neat. what you can do, essentially. And the fountains themselves are only 300 wood, so they're actually cheaper than both a mill and an estate. Alucard microing his mortars right now alongside the Giselches. He has a few dual slabs in the front too with their Varan upgrades. He's trying to find his position though to attack, right? It's kind of tough. See if he can do it. These guys Giselches up the guard now. I just saw their turbines change. So now they're going to be a bit better here. Look at all those mortars sieging at the Huachas now. That's crazy. Trying to flank his Giselches there and get some splash attack in. Gets a little success, but not a lot though. And what about these Huachas now? Was he gonna get much done with those? He's getting a ton of units there though, yeah. Taking out the Mahala as well. Very good snipe. Yeah, both sides are pretty much in a deadlock right now, but let me look at the resources because Alucard's clearly booming up pretty good. It's Nathan who's lagging a bit behind in resources though, so yeah, and look at the map control here. Alucard grabbing a gold mine here. He's got a Citadel here too. He's getting all the gold. So if Nathan wants to keep doing Huachas and Fire Lancers, he's going to have a bit of problems keeping up with it just because he's losing the gold axis on the map. Pretty record time. He'll just have some silver mines to work with and that's about it. Because that's the thing though, because Giselches have like 22 to 24 range depending on what cards you got. They can snipe cannons just as good as the longbowmen do and sometimes even better because they dish out way more damage at that extra range, making them a bit more serious of a threat. Yeah, see how he's sniping the Huachas there just using Giselches? It's like really epic. Because the Moyungungs have a range of 22, it's actually getting them within the range of the Zale attack, which has given the Afghan skirms a huge advantage, allowing them to do about 26 range damage instead of 24, which not a lot of difference, but makes enough that they can do slightly better. So many years, yeah, pretty much. Awesome work there. Very good. Good demonstration of Afghans. Now that's how you do Afghans. The game before was total cringe. It shows you when you do Afghans wrong. This is when you do them right. You make good calculations. You gauge defense versus offense versus booming with the madrasa. And when you do it this way, it works a lot better for you. It's like a lot better for you. So, yep. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to restart again, and then we're going to decide what to cast into next, right? So what time is it? It's 9:30. So I probably could cast for another hour and a half to two, and then we'll do some Star Wars fun, right? Wouldn't be a Steletsy stream without HVV Chaos nowadays, would it? Yep. I just love to play Star Wars at late night with people because that's when the HVV Chaos lobby's open. So yeah. But before that, I'm gonna grab something to eat. Some roast beef sandwich. I'm gonna put together. It's just only take like 1 to 2 minutes. I think we'll look at a 3v3 next. That'd be a good thing to do. I got a 3v3 we can look at, right? So let me get that right now. It's this one, 3v2. It's 3v3. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Let me look at. I'm trying to remember what the recording's called. Let me look at. Donde está? I have to look through the channels here to figure it out. It is called 3v3. That's literally it, 3v3. Unless we didn't get that one yet. Did I not download that one yet? Maybe I didn't. Did I screw up? I might have. I might have screwed that one up. Oh yeah, it looks like I don't have the file. I didn't download that one yet. What a muppet am I? May a muppet out of me then. May a muppet out of myself. God. Let me put that in now for you. Because I wanted to look at that 3v3 because it looked really cool. I'm just gonna... I don't know. Unless it's me in the recording, then we could totally do that one, yeah. It's really neat. Let's paste that in there. Great. I'm surprised I don't have any recordings just called 3 versus 3. This is like the first one I've ever gone. So, yep, this one right here. Very nice. Very good. I'm going to put some roast beef and cheese on bread real quick, maybe a little mustard, and then I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Please, just don't go anywhere. I need the views. I'm kidding. Yeah, it would be nice to have you here when I do this one, though. Especially since you'll hear my mukbang sounds. Alright, I got. It didn't take too long, I hope, right? No. Mike's working right, too. Oh, good. Good it is. Alright, perfect. Just made it back. Let's start this 3v3 now. So we got Varingo, James, Fufi versus Bondar, Code Fender, and Aztec Eagle Warrior. Who's that? Never heard of that guy before. He's playing in Mexico. Is that the Verde? Someone? I don't know. I don't see people play Mexico a lot. It's good too. I just don't see it a lot.
Over then.
So from what I understand, we got Afghan, Bulgaria, Mexico versus Dutch, Chinese, Peru. Wow, that's a crazy mix up there. Wow. The scariest part is I don't know who wins this matchup from SIDS alone. I would say for sure if you're on the Bondar and Code Fender team, you got some really strong players there. I don't know how good Aztec is, but if he's good, this could be a very tough team to deal with. But these guys, they're good too. So, we'll have to see.
Gotów są. Povelete, dobry den. Povelete. Dobry den. Povelete. Gotów są. Dobry den. Gotów są.
Commando? Ja. Ten oorlog.
Ja.
Klaar.
Ja.
Is this Mikey still connected to the thingy? Yeah, it is. Alright, cool. Okay, so I'm done with my roast beef. It looks like what's happening is Fufi's letting the Chinese army push them further and further out.
Climb.
And then he's going to find a spot to put the fort in, right around here. But he better be careful, because look at all this Bolshevik cavalry. Oh, he's going to... no, see, this is the thing, though. Because then they're going to surround your fort, and they're going to start sieging it. You got to cut them quickly. Come on. Chop, chop. Chopstick. Chinese chopstick. Oh. Oh, God, man, you screwed it up. You just had it. You just had to hold that line, man. Really? It's fine. Once Dutch gets to industrialized Wars of Liberty, things get pretty good. Because they get access to 3 ultimate units. You get a cavalry one, and then they get 2 infantry ones. The best one, this one here, the Waschmeister, is essentially a kind of an infernal, you know, basically a mounted pikeman. So he's good against other cavalry on horseback. So, and so if you ever wanted a pikeman that could run super fast, that would be these guys basically. So they'll be pretty good against the Bulgarians because they're spamming a ton of cav. So that should be quite useful. But they can fight skirms and artillery too. Just a little bit less specialized since they don't have the Pierce armor. You know, yeah. Plus they lack any real cavalry tags other than cavalry. So technically skirmishers and archers and stuff don't face any malice against them too. Which puts them in a bit of a pickle.
Ja.
Commando? Commando? Klaar. Commando?
This is actually kind of a tough situation because if you lose citadels as Afghans, that's like a pretty big deal. Because you're essentially losing free villagers and free sepoys. Because it looks like Afghan sent both. What cards? Sent both his Duran line for the free sepoys and his polygamy for the free vills. So losing these citadels is a pretty big deal. Especially since they cost like 750 wood to get. They're more expensive than town centers. So if you lose two of them, it's essentially losing 1,500 wood and resources to have to rebuild them again. This is very, very obnoxious indeed. Yeah. Okay, 2 citadels down, and then I'm assuming he's gonna push in deeper, right? Yep. Alright, so you got the boxes there to stop the Dwell Tlabs, and then you got the scrims to fight the Jazelchus, right? Yeah. But they're only veteran, they're not even guard upgrade yet, I believe. Yeah, they have to be regulated to be guard, right? Yeah, basically.
زرتفية الحركات نشط أولا. زوز كشم.
Yeah, right now it looks like the problem is they're just not cohesive enough on this front. The Fufi team, they gotta get some more troops together and work together here, otherwise it might be a bit tough for them. Honestly, yeah, because the Watchmeisters are great, but not when you're dealing with that much range troops supporting them. Yeah. Yeah, no, you need to get some good, like, ranged infantry to back you up and then go for sort of that combat sort of tactic there. Then you'd be in pretty good shape. Otherwise, you run into a bit of problems pretty much, yeah, essentially.
نشم کولای. زوز کشم. زوز کشم. زوز کشم. زوز کشم. زتپیم او حرکت نشم کولای. زتپیم او حرکت نشم کولای.
Trying to figure out what they're gonna go for next over here. Looks like Mexico finally getting the Presidios down that they want, right? Yep, most definitely. Those are always a good thing to get. Basically, with Presidios, you got like little mini fort-style town centers that you can defend your base with. Yeah. I'm trying to see what else he's got here. You got Bulgaria with a huge, massive Opelsonet infantry and cavalry, as well as the Komitiaj. Komitiaj are essentially Macedonian dragoon units. Yeah. So they basically will be good against mostly hussars at range, and then in melee they can also fight assault calves too, somewhat. But you're mostly best good with sniping hussars with them, basically. Because I used to always think that they were good against assault units, which they were in the past, but I guess they want to make them a bit more unique. So they end up giving them a specialty range multiplier against the scout units. Make them a little bit different, which is totally fine. And it looks like Afghan is Imperial Age, so they got full Imperial Aoe3s right now, so they're in really good shape. I just don't know what these guys are up to. So Dutch at this point has picked up his second ultimate unit, the Marchazi. And then he's got the Watchmeister as well. The Marchazi are essentially Dutch Mosquiteros, so essentially hand cavalry on foot, so foot cavalry, and they have actually more splash attack than a standard Mosquitero does. They get 2 instead of 1. But the thing is, they cost wood though, so they do cost a more depletable resource. So if you run out of trees on the map, you're gonna have a real tough time making them. But if you can make them. They're gonna be really efficient for you. They're one of the only sort of cuirassier units left in the game that has 2 splash, so they'll actually get a lot done. Seems like now we got mainly Afghan and Bulgaria spearheading the push. Mexico only has veteran Mosquiteros, so not a lot of support. It's really gonna be a 3v3, really. Yeah, no, totally. Because what's Varingo? Oh yeah, no, Varingo's coming in with Volantes too. So this is where things could get real ugly for these guys down here. You got Varingo coming in with some really steep elite artillery, and that's going to really be a threat to this infantry. Problem is though, Varingo's not advancing quick enough, and he really needs to sit down here and start blasting stuff like crazy. If he wants any success, yeah, no, that's what you mainly want. Get those Volantes into the position there, start blasting away. Then you should see some rather good success there, pretty much. Yep. Exactly. So look at what those Volantes are getting done. He's not even aiming them properly. He should be aiming them right into those, just Aoe3s and Sepoys. But I guess he's aiming the Bulgarian units, which is also rather fine. So I guess you can do... See, that's what I was talking about. That's what he should have done. Well, zoop! Just takes out the whole middle. Sends them flying. Now we should be aiming into the Opelsonet to see Bulgarian infantry. Yep, just like that. Look at what those warriors are doing. Oh my god, that is so good. And now Varingo has an army of spearmen too. Guard Pardos, right? Heroic? No, just veteran, not even guard yet. He's gonna come in and siege his Presidio down. Varingo's using barracks, right? Okay, so he's not doing his weird challenge thing. Oh, that's cool. And I'll be able to siege deeper into their base as well. Yep. Yeah, wow. Poor Mexico couldn't even hold the weight for the other two guys. That's crazy, man. Because I think Varingo at the end there coming in with the Spearman and the Volantes is what propelled them into the win. Because honestly, Code Fender Bondar are a very strong duo of players. But if you have Varingo as a wild factor coming in with his Volantes and Spearman, now you got yourself a big problem to deal with. Yeah, totally. Definitely changes everything up. Plus, he still had his massive Venians, too. So he kind of came in with 3 different major units there to really slip through them. Yeah. So I think we should do the rest of the Code Fender versus Varingo games, right? There's 2 more of them. Or I think there's 1 more of them. I don't know. Because we started that in the previous week. So I think it's only fair that we continue those right now. Since we like to finish what we start, right? Yeah, totally. I think that'd be the best idea at this point. Alright, yeah, I found them. It's Code versus El Tiata. Okay, let's do those ones. Yeah, we want to do this one, and then we want to do this one. Those are the what Rex that we're going for, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Alright, let me. Yep, my mic is good. Okay, just checking. Perfect. So Code Fender is doing Swedish, and Vringo's doing Peru. Vringo is always doing Peru. What am I saying? He's always doing Peru. He is always playing Peru. It's all he does nowadays. Used to do a lot of Germany, a lot of Japan. I'm trying to think of other ones. Used to do a bit of Argentina. Used to do a bit of British. Used to do a bit of French. I don't think if there's any other Ringo civs they used to do. Not really, that's about it. And Inca, yeah, I did Inca. Used to always do Inca. But outside of that, yeah, it just spams Peru all the time, which is fine. It's fine. Totally fine, yeah. Okay, so I'm wondering what sort of Sweden strategy he's going to have here in general. Because we watched a lot of Sweden today in Definitive Edition 3, but Sweden here is a very, very different civ. And it actually predates the Sweden civ in Definitive Edition by about a year or so. So, yeah. Basically, the Sweden civ plays very differently than the one we see in D. Yeah. So the way this Sweden works is pretty much they get some cool buildings called sawmills that can trickle wood and leaves behind wood crates over time that you can pick up with villagers. You also get this cool mechanic with Sweden called the annex buildings. So for every one of your primary regular buildings, you get something called an annex that you can build one of as your civ that you build on the side of your main building, and it adds another functionality. It does something else. So, for instance, like the town center, you have the Great Observatory. It's like a huge giant clock tower that gives more line of sight to the area near the TC. Plus, it can do the Portuguese explorability too, where it can look into a random part of the map and get some line of sight of it for a few seconds. It's really awesome. And that's sort of how you play the Swedes, basically. And then there's this other cool minor bonus as well called allotments, for particularly some of your unique units for infantry and cavalry, where you can send this big button of that unit for a mix of food, wood, and gold, and keep sending it again and again and again to get it very quickly for a slightly increasing cost of resources each time you use it. So it's like instead of training it slowly, you get like a huge army of it very instantly, but you have to pay an arm and a leg just to do it though. So it can be pretty troublesome, yeah. This is where things get really obnoxious as an opponent of Ringo. What he's going to do is he's going to use this card here called Pulverizzo to give his explorer the ability to build landmines. And every time Code Fender's units hop on top of the landmine, they're going to get flown into the sky and die. It's crazy. And you can usually kill off like sometimes like up to 4 or 5 units with it if they're really close, because it does like a sort of splash attack, and it's really powerful. Yeah, it's really nasty. Alright, so if you're unaware, these are the landmines here he's building. And in the ground, they just appear to be like, they look like this, like these little patches of dirt, basically. Yeah, pretty much. The enemy, I believe, can't see them. They can't see the patches of dirt, but I can't fully remember. Yeah, no, I think they can see the patches of dirt, but if you're like playing a real game and you're not paying attention, people often walk over them all the time and then lose all their units. It's quite annoying. Going Fortress Age with the Japanese is actually pretty substantial because it gives you access to a dojo. And the dojo can make your different Japanese immigrant units for free over time. So both your musket, your Shotai Legion, and your cavalry medics, which are essentially Yabazume statted cavalry that use a pistol instead of a Yumi bow, and then they can heal other units too, which is neat. You saw that right there, how the units went flying right there. Yep, that's the landmine. Oh, he's getting the steel guns now. These are basically reskinned heavy cans. So these will be good against infantry and various other things as well, pretty much. Yep. Very strong unit indeed. Yeah.
Me deshonra este pavo. Me deshonra este pavo.
It's got the white cans to snipe the steel gun, right? The canon, right? Yeah. Oh, but the fork goes down too. That's annoying. Just trained him from a foundry, right? Yep. But unfortunately now the culverins are totally useless because the can's dead. So what do you do with it now, I guess? I don't know. Good question actually. Yeah. No idea. How did he walk over all those landmines? Did you see it? There's landmines here. This. How did he walk over all those? Completely untouched. Is he cheating? Are you cheating, son? Yeah, no, he's not cheating. Must be some bug then. Yeah. Ugh. How's Ringo still alive here? I don't even know who's doing it. Then he gets a big batch of Fenians though. And that'll give him some really good offense. So he'll be able to chase down those muskets and wipe them out pretty easily, since they have some really good pierce armor and stats. Oh good, he's got him now. Right. Perfect.
Order.
Órdenes.
Sí.
Munición lista.
Rogue Volantes. Yeah, that'll make these even better. Somebody submitted more rec games too. That's cool. Awesome. Ooh, Zelda Verde games. That's awesome, man. Wow. Saudi Arabia mirrors? Crazy, dude. Paraguay versus Chile? I didn't know he played Saudi Arabia now. That's so good, man, Zelda Verde. Good for you. Those are some good civs.
deshonra este pago.
How's Ringo win this, man? That's so weird. How is Ringo winning an Industrial Age? Like, super freaky. He's got a ton of resources. Yeah, Sweden's somehow below an eco. That's like makes no sense to me at all. Very, very weird. Is he gonna blast him with the artillery or something? I think he can probably get him there. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the spearmen are running it the most. How is Codefender behind here somehow? I don't get. He's shipping in steel guns again. I can't believe Codefender's actually losing to Varingo somehow. Makes no sense. He's actually losing to Varingo. Varingo has more resources too. They get ton of spearmen, making more Volantes. Is like Codefender like sleepy or something? Do you stay up watching too many Oro Crony live streams or something? I mean, if you do, I wouldn't feel bad about it, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, GG, man. I think that's gonna be the amount of casting I do for today. We're gonna start the Star Wars now in a little bit. Well, not in a little bit. We'll do it right now. I gotta set up the keyboard and everything, so give me a moment to do that.
Organa's filling the garbage chutes.
Just business.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Enemy leader taking point!
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
The Imperials have hired Boba Fett.
I don't have a lot of patience, son.
Organa's filling the garbage chutes.
Superior ally, deployed to our site.
Enthusiastic newcomer Finn continues to make a name for himself, scoring the last kill.
Baby, and your nigga, baby.
The rebel Han Solo has been seen. Watch out.
The heroes don't waste any time taking down their first target. Takodana's underworld has taken the day off to make way for the galaxy's most deadly and dashing, which seems very out of character. The villainous killing spree continues. Score one for the good guys. Lead taken by scary-looking enemies. Organas filling the garbage chute. Villainy steals the lead. Evil slithers past our heroes. Organas filling the garbage chute.
Unidentified enemy. Powerful enemy. Wow, our new enemy sure is strong.
Readjust priorities. The conflict is only half over.
Threat level maximum. Ally on site.
Morgana's filling the garbage chutes.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble. Ally arriving. Threat level maximum.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
See them weaken.
Republic hero on site. Unidentified ally has arrived.
The Emperor of Extermination strikes again.
Numbers mean nothing.
Witness the power of the dark side. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Evil's domination continues. Domination by the light side.
A Sith Lord has joined us. Maul is here.
Palpatine closes out the match with the tough type of diplomacy he's become famous for.
Will you join me?
Please join me in welcoming today's contestants. They have joined us here in this arena, coming from all corners of the galaxy to do battle across the eras. May the best side prevail. The less evil team takes the lead. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. It's 4-1 for the good guys. Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. The villainous killing spree continues. The pacifists are crushing the competition. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time.
Your lives.
Not challenge me again.
Fight me.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The less evil team takes the lead. Down and dirty tactics pay off for the dark side. Evil slithers past our heroes.
attack now.
Witness the power of the dark side. Good is triumphing over ineptitude.
We do not retreat. Not so smart now, are you?
A commanding lead for goodness and light.
Fight as I fight. Grasp and square. Burn it all. You
Required enemies heartlessly killed. 50%. The heroes can't stop the mole streak.
slake your thirst.
Your technology will fail you.
Approach.
Your mission will fail.
In my grasp.
Now die!
Admirable performance. Now bring it to a cruise.
Ready. Someone's landing. Enemy leader, maybe.
Not opposed.
Give me a few seconds.
Never has evil been humiliated so quickly. Camino's cloning facility looms large over today's contestants. Inspirations are interchangeable. History will decide. Evil's domination continues.
An ally just landed.
Good is triumphing over ineptitude. mission for the heroes. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Your domination is not as complete as you think. Still halfway to go.
All right, troops, make it count.
The power's up good. Waste no time and score first.
New enemy detected. Supreme threat.
Top resistance agent has been sighted.
for target.
But effective.
Make that worse than disintegration for the heroes. worse than disintegration for the heroes.
Wow, our new enemy sure is strong.
Outnumbered. Force my hand.
Boba Fett ends the round and prepares to build for services rendered. It will take more than a Geonosian factory to reconstruct whatever bits and pieces are left of our challengers after this next match. A hero's death for our first hero.
Exploring. Getting a little tiring, so yeah, thank you all for the stream today and coming. Tomorrow we will be doing Age of Mythology, the Bone and Bloods pack, Blood and Bones pack or whatever, and looking at how it looks, doing some matches in it. Rex will obviously make me do Kurakara probably for another 50,000 times, so yeah, will be very interesting. So see you all there. Sign off now.